there. How you guys all doing out there? Hope you guys are having a cranking good day. Big love, namaste, dear Cosmic. It's an honor to be here with you as always. How you doing?
Yo,
Yo. Is it just me or is my audio really, really soft?
it is a little soft, yeah.
I can't understand what that is because this is a StreamYard development. Because I haven't changed any settings, right? There we go. Is it still the same? Yep, it's still the same. Still the same mic. I've got it on default, which is that default. It's supposed to be there. You can turn up the volume here and see what that does. Is that a bit better or is it a bit crunchy?
Now it's a little louder.
Okay, so it's a bit louder there. Is it a bit louder now again? Is it better?
Actually, it's a little too loud now.
How's that? Better?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, big love to the rest of you. How's my audio sounding on your end? Namaste, Tom. We've got Tom in the house. We've got Out Tuition in the house. Namaste to you guys. We got Gaz in the house. Big love. Namaste. Hope you guys are well. So is this audio sound good? Thank you, the star. Namaste. Glad to hear you guys. Are Cosmic and myself on the same level? Or because that's something that I'm trying to like StreamYard changes the levels for people. Trying to keep track so that you guys don't have one loud voice
Yeah, that makes sense.
and one
Better
sort of
listening
soft
experience
voice.
that way.
So that's interesting. It seems like StreamYard's deliberately putting weird obstacles in the way here, which well, there we go. That should be a bit better. Let's hope that works better. I take it that my level now is good, yeah, Cosmic?
Yeah.
Good, good. So we've got a cool little conversation on the go for today. It was inspired by a few people banging around the ideas in the group. Namaste, dear Tracy. Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Um, and I think, this is a topic which probably deserves a good bit of mouth tonguing around. What do you say, Cosmic?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because there's so much that everybody has to say about this, isn't there? And everybody sings a different tune, do they not? Um, especially when you're like looking at, you know, the way in which sort of the new age community has defined itself. And whoops, let me make sure there's no audio coming through there. Good, good. Um, so yeah, the seat of the soul, which has, I think, been heavily occulted, soul blueprints, and the idea and the understanding of soul contracts as these three elements work together. And I'm sure, Cosmic, okay, before we get flying down the handle, for those that are new and haven't seen the show before, Cosmic is he's cosmic. He's a cosmic dude. That's why we call him Cosmic, because he is the cosmic dude. He's got a connection with the Fae, which he has been um, perpetrating. Sorry, Cosmic. I'm feeling cheeky. Which he has been perpetrating. No, which he has been, managing for several years now. Perpetrating makes it sound like a crime, doesn't it? And they've been teaching him an alphabet and a whole system of understanding cosmology, cosmogony, how things came to be, the structure of time and space, the worlds. He's got a wonderful Zarfix system, which is based upon this evolving system, which is really an occult-based magical system, essentially. So that's Cosmic Story. He doesn't channel in the way that other people call themselves channels, where he goes and closes his eyes and speaks funny. Well, maybe he speaks funny, maybe he doesn't. The words and the language sounds unusual. But yeah, they share information with him. He doesn't use a crystal ball, not because he doesn't like crystal balls, but he just doesn't use a crystal ball because he doesn't need one. So that's our dear Cosmic, and Indy will be joining us in a little while. Do you want to say a few words, dear brother Cosmic?
Yeah. And I think when it comes to this topic, something I've been thinking about lately is about I've been thinking a lot about free will, and about how the deeper one gets entangled in a belief system, the relatively less free will that individual has. And the Fae, they make it kind of like in a perception of like Zarfaxes and Zerfaxes. So the idea is the dimensions of our perception have to do with how many Zerfaxes we can perceive at a time. Like there's like the Zerfax of our immediate surroundings, there's the Zerfax of our imagination, there's the Zerfax of the felt presence of spirits, et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, and the idea is that the deeper you go into a belief system, the more you hand over those Zerfaxes to you either hand those over to deities in the believing Zerfaxes, or you just delete them entirely in the skeptical Zerfaxes. But I've been thinking about how, in a lot of ways, because you're talking about like soul contracts, but I think about how, in a lot of ways, that sense of having to sign a contract is, in a lot of ways, you're giving a relative amount of free will in exchange for either love, power, information, influence, et cetera, et cetera. And that's kind of what I've been sort of exploring with my teacher Sliz lately. So this will be an interesting discussion. You're muted.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, now I should be all right. Yeah, so I thought, probably a good place to start. Well, the so-called soul blueprints. I think those words have been tossed around a lot. And I like the idea that the color is blue, and that we're talking about prints that you get printed, which is quite an interesting idea. What is a print? Let's think about what a print is for a moment. So if I do a painting or an original work, right, and I then want to make a print, I'm making effectively a copy. So it's a copy that's made of an original, and we are here receiving this copy, and it's been made in blue ink, if we can use the term ink. So we're looking at a blueprint, essentially. And I think that's something quite important to consider, because it's not the original hand drawing document. That's what a print is. Because you'll have an original document, and the original will be the originally deciphered journey. And please, people in the chat, let me know if my voice gets soft or if anything goes weird, because then I can adjust it. And excuse my voice, I've got a little bit of a throat thing going on because my son was a bit ill. And I decided to roll the dice, to get up and close and get into his goo, as it were, so that I could contract what he's got and give him the antidote. It's the parental thing. Normally, parents do it unconsciously. I do it a bit more awarely. I'm aware of what I'm doing, because his mother didn't do the math. He's had a cough for a little while, so my body is more capable of creating an antidote for this particular thing, because I've been here a bit longer. So yeah, um, yeah, Cosmic Prankster sort of is a crystal ball. uh, um, this very idea of um a print, and I want us to think of like what a print is here, if we're considering the metaphor of a print here on the physical plane, because everything is thought, everything is revolving through mind, an expression of thought. And these thoughts are contained within the flow of motion, of energy motion, emotion. And this thought that is this flowing of motion of energy, which is vibrating essence, gets defined by ideas and gets conceived. And the conceptions get put into ideas, which become thoughts. And this is then crystallized into what we call a mind. And that mind then becomes our rational vehicle of intellectual inquiry and perception. And the emotional energy, the motion of energy, becomes our emotional center and our receptive ability to sense abstractly. So when we consider these two extensions of a single potential as a set, as a polarity between them, we can sort of get an idea of what we're talking about as a print, because the print has got the front of the print and the back of the print. So what do you think about this as a concept, Cosmic, that these physical bodies and emotional bodies and mental mind are like the front and the back of a print of something which is not present here?
Like a blueprint or like a astral cookie cutter mold. Is that where you're kind of like going at?
Yeah, that's it. That's another way of putting it. Yeah.
I think of it like like putting the right size shoe and the right size foot. It's like I've been thinking that perhaps the souls can only incarnate into bodies that are orthogonal to the type of consciousness that they actually are, and it's not like some kind of like random, just like picking of the lottery. Oh, this is who yourself, is, because in a lot of ways it's like there's sort of the self that we have now, and there's sort of like an internal sort of more astral self that's sort of developing, that's internal. I think maybe when you go on to the next life, it's just kind of like, taking the fruit and turning it inside out, if you will. It's kind of like how I think about it. It's like you got a guy who's inside you, and then you have the external you, and then in your next life you just become that internal you, and the external you just gets shed, and the cycle continues like a never-ending Russian nesting doll. So yeah, I think that there's some kind of validity to that idea. Now, as to the origin of the blueprint and the designer of said blueprint, that's a different story, and that's a whole different subject of discussion. Because then you can talk about, like, is this the God's design? Is this just sort of the laws of the universe? Or I don't know. I think about that in terms of the self and the origin of being, and that one of the things that the Fae kind of stress is that sort of the mystery and the unknowingness of the origin of our being is, in a sense, what makes our self eternal. That is, when there's no discernible like God or materialistic condition that you can kind of trace the source of the beginning of your life to, then it's like, in a sense, you're kind of eternal in both, not just into the future of time, but infinitely into the past as well.
You know, I shared this little clip in the shamanic philosophy group. What was that clip? It was a clip of one of the lords who is a prominent, one of the more prominent physicists in the UK. So, he's the guy who teaches the people that teach the people that teach the people that get PhDs basically. And you can find it on my channel, and it'll be in the group as well. And one of the interesting things is he broke down the quantum model really, really, really well, like really, really well. Like, and I had to put a little clip of this guy there and just go like homage to the dude. And a lot of people don't realize this, you know, in the quantum models of physics. Do people realize that the physicists that are on the cutting edge of the quantum field models are considering that the past is changeable? Have you come across this much, Cosmic?
I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's like I feel like I've heard it, but maybe not. But I feel like I've heard something similar, just like the idea that like physicists are starting to kind of like suggest that maybe like time's an illusion or whatever. I don't know.
Well, basically, the past and the future exist as potential waves. And those potential waves can be affected and changed in the now. So what they're saying is that the past isn't as set as what we think it is. We can literally change the past. I mean, this is out there. It's very shamanic, right? That's why I shared it there, because that's so shamanic. It's like it's really lovely to hear like a prime time physicist basically saying this, and exposing these ideas at the core of like deep true physics. And so what it means is these systems that we're in are probability fields, and these probability fields within the quantum are operating on multiple dimensions simultaneously, but they aren't fully within each of those places. So these fields need to collapse in order for the physical reality to come into being. So the idea is that the past needs to collapse. Now, there are all sorts of ways in which this collapse is affected. And in the process of collapse, there's a choice that's made. And the very nature of that collapse is affected by the perception of the wave right now. This is quite a head trip when you think about it. And so observation causes these wave fields to collapse into objects. And so the past doesn't exist until you look at it. And the moment you look at it, it changes. I mean, that's basically what they're saying. And that the effect of looking at it has some kind of quantum effect on the actual particle that it exists as, which means that the nature of the past isn't set, nor is the future. So it gives like free will a whole new context. Like free will isn't just now. Free will extends both into the future and into the past. What do you think of that as a concept? Isn't that wild?
It's pretty cool, man. Yeah.
And it's interesting how we've been force fed this manure version of science in schools and stuff, right? And all is mind. Yep, head trip. Yeah, man, Tom, it is a bit of a head trip. But when you think about it, because it means that everything that you've experienced in your past isn't even real, right? It's a relativity. Indy's come to join us. Namaste, dear brother Indy. Welcome to the party. It's an honor to have you here, as always. For those that don't know, this is Indy Sage. He does a whole lot of shadow work, helping people to embrace their deepest, darkest parts, as well as very embedded within studying anthropology and getting an insight into the ancient history and how that sort of relates to now. It's also very deeply ingrained into the Taoist path, as well as the natural path, shamanic path, the Western cosmological systems as well. So he's got his fingers in a lot of different pies. He's a researcher as well. So welcome, dear brother Indy. It's an honor to have you as always. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm quite well. Thanks for having me. It's so great to be here for the show. And I just got back from the farmer's market. Some lovely stuff from the local farmers. And had some great conversations down there. It's good to be part of a thriving community out here in Western North Carolina. And it should be a wonderful show today. We have the Occulted Seed of the Soul, Soul Blueprints, Esoteric Understandings of Soul Contracts. Soul like Helios, the sun. And I just love this. And this is going to be a soulful discussion, let's say. I'm really looking forward to diving deep here with everybody, and I'll let y'all get back to where you were at after I give just a little bit more of a brief introduction. As it was mentioned, I do shadow work. I'm interested in Eastern and Western mysticism and spirituality and philosophies. Very much interested in ancient Greek philosophy, and I have my irons. I have my irons in many fires, so to speak. Working on my master's degree in social sciences, have my bachelor's degree in psychology, and I do a lot of work. I'm working to become a spiritual practitioner at my local spiritual center in the science of mind, a system of Ernest Holmes that integrates all the mystical paths of the world into a way in which we can heal ourselves and our communities with affirmative prayers and spiritual mind treatments that allow us to embody the power of the spirit, great spirit, or God and goddess, father and the mother, what have you, whatever way you like to say it. I'm able to recognize that I'm connected to spirit and that it's within us all in the foundation of everything. I'm able to unify with that energy, and then I'm able to realize that it can act through me, and I can create things through spiritual law. What we think, we create. And so by using our imagination to embody the power of the omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient great spirit, we can achieve anything we put our minds to, as long as we offer thanks and release it to spirit to do the work. There's nothing we can't achieve. So I'll let you guys get back to your discussion, and so glad to be here.
You know, I just wanted to comment on what you were saying earlier, Franklin, about the whole, being able to change your mind, using your mind to change the past and the future by thinking about it. Because if you really actually think about materialism doesn't just say that you can't change the past and you can't change the future with your thoughts. You can't change the present with your thoughts. Heck, you can't even change your own thoughts with your thoughts because they're determinists. They don't believe in any free will, like, at all. That's like something I've been like thinking about lately. And here's the other crazy thing about when you don't believe in free will. Because check this out. This is why, a lot of this woke stuff gets so crazy. It's because if free will doesn't exist, reason, rationalism, that doesn't exist either. Because think about it like this. If you are somebody that doesn't have free will, you are entirely shaped by the conditions of your surroundings, your past conditions. There's no real individual self to kind of like judge. You're just kind of like you're like a Rube Goldberg machine, essentially. And reason is essentially saying that I have the ability to transcend my subjective perception to see the truth of what actually is. So, for example, let's say you're in some kind of situation where it's like, I can either, deny the truth and just go into my behavior patterns and just accept this thing as being real, as being, I'm just going to believe it, or I'm going to accept the reality and, face the consequences, deal with the difficult, conclusion, even though it's something that is ultimately unpleasant for me to do. And you realize that free will, in order to do that, requires a soul that exists outside of material reality. So in a lot of ways, when materialists say that, like, oh, it's all about like reason and logic, it's actually the total opposite. Materialism applies that reason and logic don't exist because everything is deterministic. There is no free will to determine what is true and what's not. You are, and there, because there's no self. So in a lot of ways, materialism, scientific materialism, is actually an incredibly irrational outlook, and that something like dualism in the soul is actually a more rational perspective. Like that's something that's been blowing my mind like lately, because that's what a lot of the speculative materialists and the speculative philosophers were all about. They're basically, it's like, because if you think about, there's atheists, right? And there's people who like, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in an afterlife, but I still believe that human beings act and behave in a certain way, and that people have free will, and that and they just still go about their lives like most normal people. But then there's like a deeper level where it's like, wait a minute, if there's no free will, and I'm just the sort of I'm just sort of the amalgamation of my material conditions, then my reason doesn't exist either. My mind doesn't exist either. And then you can come up with all these like insane, deranged theories about reality and how things work. So in a lot of ways, that free will and there's something very like rational about it, and that in a lot of ways, spiritualism and spiritual beliefs actually imply rationalism, actually imply reason, and materialism implies irrationalism, it implies irreason, that everything is just convoluted to the point that you can't even use science to figure anything out, because you are just the material conditions. You're just a deterministic outgroup of the universe. You can't see beyond your subjective interests. But reason and rationalism suggest that you actually can. And that ability actually requires a metaphysical reality. So that's kind of like, what I kind of wanted to comment on that. And that in a lot of ways, magic, to me, at least in my practice, seems about trying to deepen the potentialities of one free will and expand their free will by sort of opening yourself up to different dimensions of experience.
Well, rationalism doesn't necessarily include the idea of there being a dualistic nature of the mind and body. Although the famous rationalist Rene Descartes did actually take that position. But during that time, there were in a lot of debates with idealists that would say that the mind is primary. And so if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, it didn't make a sound. Because only when people perceive things do they exist. So there's an old debate, but basically in modern times with materialism, when Einstein was trying to be a fatalist and predeterminist and suggest that everything can be predetermined once we understand the chemical reactions and the end result of the process of each chemical reaction that can be predicted, we can predict what's going to happen in the future because everything's already been predetermined by those reactions. When the quantum physicists showed Einstein, particularly Niels Bohr and another individual, I can't think of the name, showed him the spooky action theory or the quantum entanglement process, in which the observer influences how things behave, and the superposition of atoms or electrons from those atoms, which is not, when it's not seen, is able to hold a whole spectrum of places simultaneously. Once the individual comes to see that slit experiment that they were referring to and sees the matter behave, it then chooses a place where it went. And so depending on who goes to see it, it may take a different form potentially. Once that was discovered by quantum physicists, fatalism was out the window. And Einstein was very disappointed. He realized we can no longer predetermine the way things are going to be in the future by understanding how things are going to operate, unless we now influence the understanding that we have to take into consideration where people are going to be. And since people can choose to change their environments, which is debatable because in psychology, they now suggest that our thoughts are created before we're aware of them in our consciousness, and they're created by chemical reactions in the nervous system, which has never been understood or proven because they can't find where the mind really operates. But the basic theory is that we don't actually make decisions. The decisions are made for us subconsciously, and then we become aware of those decisions, assuming that we had made them. So Supposing that we can make decisions and choose our environments and choose our choices that we make and have free will, then fatalism and materialism are not synchronous with each other. They are no longer aligned with one another. So quantum physics has helped materialists break out of that shell into a large degree. But there are traditionalists that are trying to work their way back to suggest that there is actually a way in which things are not determinable because there's too many factors involved now with quantum entanglement and the observer changing the operation and the way things behave in the world. So it's interesting to see that, you know, we still have a lot of people that favor materialism and don't really see dualism to be possible reality. They suggest that the mind is not even real. Maybe
Yeah,
because we can't see where it is. Well, go ahead.
and the crazy thing too is that if you think about it from this perspective, it's not so much that people are skeptical of paranormal because they're skeptical of a supernatural dimension. Obviously, that's a part of it. But the real reason that they're skeptical that the self can't change reality with their thoughts is not because that they don't believe that the self can't change reality with thoughts, is that they don't believe that there is a self to change reality in the first place. And I think that's kind of what materialism is really actually saying to people, because it's almost like in a lot of ways you start to think about all this stuff about quantum, the mind being able to affect quantum stuff. If free will is real, then I think that has to be possible. It has to be possible that the mind, because it's like if materialism is true, then it doesn't work. But it's like the self essentially proves that like materialism is BS.
Yeah, it's almost like we're having two parallel conversations here, and that's I think they sort of somehow tie into each other. I want to get back to something our tuition said earlier, and it relates to soul contracts. But I think this idea of the seat of the soul is also sorry, it relates to soul contracts. And I agree with our tuition. It's what's on the screen at the moment. Everybody has this idea that we make these decisions before we're born, and I'm like, no, dude. I agree 100% with our tuition. We make the decisions while we're here. The thing is, though, here exists in the future and the past simultaneously, and it's not necessarily manifesting. This is a head trip when you start to think of like the scope of experience and reality, like on an ancestral scale. So I think like our tuition, I agree with you. I think all of that new age stuff that says, I don't think anything is done there. I think we're downloading and uploading. We're constantly downloading, uploading, downloading, uploading, downloading, uploading. And every download brings the soul here. And every upload changes the soul there. What a concept, right? So the upload changes the soul, and the download brings the soul here. So when you are downloading, you're considered to be soulful, right? And when you're uploading, you're considered to be earning, right? 90 degrees. 90 degrees. Earning, right? The urn is where you put the ashes of that which is deceased. So learning, is the upload. And as we learn, we upload what we're going to become. And I think, much of our future lives and future potentials are determined while we're alive based upon what we upload to spirit. And I think that that's like the fundamental of the soul contract. Like if we start to look at it. Now, getting back to what you guys were saying, and we'll get back to this, our tuition, this idea of earning and downloading and uploading. So stay tuned, peeps. It's going to come up. I liked what you were saying about the dualism idea as well, cosmic. you know. And I think it's not necessarily stuck to dualism, but it's got to do with finite, right? Because when we think in terms of a unified potential, we're thinking in terms of an infinite potential, because the same one is present everywhere else. But when we start to think in terms of multiplicity, that is like the extension of dualism, because the dualism, it splits and splits and splits and splits. The same way that 2 becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, right? And so we go. I think those numbers are all an expression of dualism. And they are somehow quite relevant. I don't know how I rattled all those numbers off so fast. That's cute. But this idea that dualism involves 2, I think it's got to do with like the when you create a limit, then that limit produces a split, because infinity doesn't like a limit, right? Like you're facing an infinite thing and you put a limit on it and it just splits off into 2. And you look at the 2 and they split off into 4. You look at the 4 and they split off into 8. And you look at the 8 and they split off into, and they just keep going. And it, like infinity is going like, nah, 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 nah. You can't imply your limits on infinity, right? Like something that's infinite, you're going to try to limit it. Okay, there, look at it now. Look at it now. Now it's 152,000. No, now it's like millions and billions and trillions. And so you can't keep track of the limitation in the scale of infinity replicating itself at the rate at which infinity replicates itself, producing this infinite potential of replication that just goes on and on. So I think like there's something in this, what you were saying about the dualism, and obviously materialism being at the core of it, right? And then Indy, like we don't make our decisions, and I agree with you too, and it might sound weird, but I agree with these guys halfway, and halfway I disagree with them. I agree that we don't make our decisions here in the body, and they can't find where we make our decisions because the body doesn't make the decisions, right? But we aren't our bodies. They're coming from the assumption that we are our bodies. Hence, the decision can be made in the body. No, we are not our bodies. We make the decision outside of the bodies, and the body merely records the decision we made outside of the body, which causes us to question exactly what is this physical incarnation. And now I think we're getting close to like the idea of the seat of the soul, right? Because free will doesn't exist within the body. Free will exists outside of the body. All the information, all the decisions are made outside of the body. And then the body merely is like a little running around with a pen and paper, keeping track of all the decisions, right? And making sure that it tallies at the end of the day, that each decision made is reflected here in the physical. So I don't know, what do you guys think about that as a notion?
Can you sum up the question briefly?
No, well, what you were saying about how the psychologists and neuroscientists were discovering that the decisions aren't made in the brain.
Yeah.
Right? But they are coming from the perspective that we are our brains.
Right.
Rather than the brain is just a computer that we use. And we are outside of the body, making decisions with free will outside of the body. And then the brain's like playing catch up, trying to like keep track of it. And not just the brain though, like the entire system, like the hormones are also playing catch up. And on a cellular level, like each cell is playing catch up. Each little neuron is playing catch up. And in our gut, especially, the microbes are playing catch up. Everything's playing catch up. But we are like outside of space and time. And to a degree, we're operating in another field of time. And so this causes us to look at like the seat of the soul, right? Not being in the body. So what do you think of that idea, which agrees with the scientists? Yes, you guys are right, but your premise is wrong, that we are our bodies.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I feel like I'm with you on that. I feel like, yeah, we're not the brain or the body, not limited to that. And I feel like there's an element of dualism involved here where maybe it's the soul, maybe it's our connection to higher consciousness, and that trickles down and where the universe having a human experience, experiencing itself. Um, Maybe what's going on there is like the ego kind of dictates our comfort zones and like where we kind of gravitate towards. Because for us to change from our, basically, Bruce Lipton would say that we hardly ever use true consciousness, that we usually operate from habit. And 95 to 99% of the time, we just do what we're familiar with and we stick to that. And we don't think of creating new thoughts or new decisions to make hardly ever. And so when some people learn to become more conscious and become willing to step out of ego and obtain what's considered to be ego death, even though the ego never dies, you're basically putting the ego into the passenger seat and taking the wheel, giving it to the soul to do things that are going to be novel experiences, new decisions, spontaneous choices, and paths to take that are not in the familiar ways. Once one starts to operate in this kind of a way, which is very close to Taoism, wandering spontaneously, not taking the path that's been made, choosing to take a new path, which Robert Frost would suggest is good. The poet, take the path untaken. When we do these kind of things, we are using something that they can't explain by assuming that our brain or our body is making the decisions on a chemical reaction basis first before they're exposed to our consciousness. There is some kind of a free will there where we can choose to step out of our patterns of the way that people might predict us to operate. Most people are predictable because they stick to their ego ways. They'll do the things that are pushed upon them that they've been socialized and indoctrinated to do, and they're like a well-trained dog. They're going to do things that are expected. Whereas there's others that are not well-trained that are able to operate in ways that are unexpected that you can't predict well. And those people are difficult for the government and for control mechanisms to be imposing themselves upon because they can't really understand what they're going to do next. What can we do to stop them from doing certain things? We don't know because we don't know what kind of things they're going to do or how far they're going to go. So I feel like these kind of people and this kind of behavior is from the soul. This is from higher consciousness, where we're choosing to learn and grow. Whereas a lot of people could consider that once you're done with school, the learning's over, and now you're an adult and you're just going to follow in the social contracts, take your role, and do your way of things and operate as your occupation dictates. But other people see things differently, like artists and musicians, for example, think in a more creative way. They're not as predictable. They don't take in the suggestions to value things by money, do things that you're supposed to do through conformity. They're willing to look outside of conformity, be disconformist or anti-conformist or non-conformists, and it can either be the shadow of conformity or completely be different and choose a different way that then has ever been considered, or instead of just being the shadow and what it's not, just letting themselves be free and allowing themselves to take a new path that comes up into their intuition. The people that have high intuition are able to utilize a capacity of consciousness that is a higher capacity, and they are able to create amazing music, poetry, philosophy, artwork, dance, all kinds of things. Whereas a lot of people don't have those capacities. And we mentioned the blueprint in the title of this talk. And in the human design modality, where they predict a person's personality type, they would consider that this is a big part of how we discern people from each other. There's like 4 or 5 different types of blueprints that people can be prescribed according to the test results that they get from taking the human design test. Some people are more creative and intuitive. Some people are better at just following the rules that somebody else has laid down. And they say that the people that are more creative and intuitive are more rare. And the people that are just there to assist them or do things that they're told are more common. And so I think in our society, that may be true because people have been pushed towards conformity. But it might be that in the state of things, that's just how things operate, because if everybody was trying to create new ways, we would be drawn in so many different directions. It'd be hard to unify as a collective or a species. So it's kind of probably a good thing where people are able to follow the herd in the vast majority so that we can all be going in the same direction together. But ultimately, like, when do those people choose different leaders? And that's one of the decisions they can make. They can think, all right, I like to trust my government and the medical institution up until COVID. Now I'm starting to question that. And I'm thinking, maybe we shouldn't be trusting and conforming to this system that we've been pushed into. What about these other people? What about these black sheep? What are they telling us? What are their new way seeker inspirations that they're showing us to find a better way? And so I think a lot of people are turning towards this now. We can find a better way. What are the problems? What are the solutions? Maybe these are just situations that we're in, and we need to start pivoting and shifting towards ways that are sustainable, because we're in an unsustainable system right now that's collapsing. So there's people are going to find a way, people are going to choose to step out of conformity and maybe conform to a new system that's being built and developed, which Plato and Socrates suggested: don't fight the old system. Start to create a new system, and if it works better, it will supersede it. We might be seeing that happen right before our eyes right now. What do you guys think?
I agree. The whole conformity thing is like it's a pain in the ass. Let's face it. Too many people are conforming, and it all starts with sending our kids to school. That's where it starts. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not capable of teaching my child. You take my child. You get to shape my child. You get to determine the way my child thinks. You get to determine my child's belief system. You get to determine my child's moral compass, right? Just take charge of my child and like decide what kind of an adult my child's going to be. And in the old days, this was not how it was done. That the child learned the skills in the family, right? And there's something about keeping skills in the family, I think, that we've lost. I think it's really important. And so, because of giving the children away, right, and forcing them into schools so they learn to behave like fish, yeah, and they're schooled to swim like fish. Like when these fish swim left, you swim left. When those fish swim right, you swim right. When those fish swim up, you swim up. Like don't look, don't think. Just do like watch what everybody else is doing. That's the right way. And so we're trained from young age. It's very difficult for a lot of people to break out of it. Some people it's more difficult than others. For some people that are naturally rebellious, it's a little bit easier. But so I think like that there's a lot in that. And the idea that the consciousness, I think that the body is consciousness. It's just a different degree of consciousness. But we are putting all of our point in the body, right? It's like saying that potatoes are food, right? Carrots are food, apples are food, lettuce is food, tomatoes are food, Strawberries are food, nuts are food, you know, but just you don't eat anything but potatoes, for example, you know. It's not going to give you a very healthy diet. And that's the mental diet that we're on, you know, just potatoes, where we need that full balanced diet. And so the body, we've been taught to think that you can't eat anything but potatoes. It might be poisonous. You don't know what that is. That red thing with a funny little thing on it, they call strawberries. I know your grandparents said they used to eat it. Let me give you an example of how messed up shit is. Right? This is how messed up shit is. So my girlfriend was telling me today that a friend of their teenager, they were going out to a party, and a teenager who's a friend of their teenager said, oh, made a comment about how Blue Bottle Stings, using P on Blue Bottle Stings is just a whole lot of nonsense. And that it was made up by friends. And I was like outraged. I was like, this is an outrage. I was taught that when I was a little boy. And damn, I was a little boy long before friends happened. In fact, we used to do it when we surfed, right? Because there's a beach where I used to surf at called the Strand. And I had a friend who used to come down and he'd be at the Strand. And whenever he was there, I'd be like, going to hang out with him, right? And we'd chill and have parties and, like, you know, drink loads of booze and get really drunk, smoke loads of weed, listen to Cypress Hill, go and surf, basically. That was like, we must have been about like 14. Yeah, 14. So we were 14 and we had this house to ourselves and we were like just going wild because he'd get the house to himself. Well, it wasn't a house, it was an apartment. But anyway. And we used to pee on our Blue Bottle Stings because you get stung a lot on your feet. And we used to pee on it and pour beer on it. That's what we used to do. We used to drink lots of beer, pee on it, and pour beer on it because the beer was nice and cold, you know. But I had learned that when I was a little kid, you know, being stung by a blue bottle on the beach and being told like, no, just pee on it. Okay. So this was like something, and for the teenagers of today, they are so gullible. They are so extremely gullible. I mean, we were a bit gullible, but this new younger generation, they are on a new level of gullible, right? If it says it on Google, it's the truth, right? Google tells the truth. Now, I actually sent my girlfriend a link. Let me get the date so that I get the date right, because I think the date matters. Okay, so the Shushruta Samhita was 600 BC, right? 600 BC. And in that particular Ayurvedic text, there's another text as well where it's mentioned, which I think is about 1,000 years later or 800 years later. But in that particular text, there are directions given for how to mix the urine. And they use the urine of the white cow specifically because it's very pure urine. The cow only eats grass. It's the purest, cleanest urine you can get. With particular soils and particular types of mud and particular herbal powders, right? In order to make a salve to put on bee stings, insect stings, bites. So we've got medical systems from like 2,600 years ago that used to make medicine using urine to put on bites and stings. That's actually where the ideas come from. I don't know whether urine is the best solution for blue bottles, but I tell you, it seems to work. But that could also be psychosomatic. Right?
It's the only thing that works for sea urchins.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it the urine or is it the mind? Like, oh, I've put something on it now. It's healed. Now it's fine. And then it's fine. How much of it is placebo? Like, we don't know, because the placebo is 50% of all medical cures are placebo. So
You
it
could do
could
a
just be
test
that
and
your
pour some
mind.
beer on there instead, see if that works.
Well, I used to swear by it when I was and I used to get stung by blue bottles a lot, a lot. You know, one day surfing on the strand, blue bottle stings, 30, 40, 50. Hands, fingers, feet. Sometimes you get a bit dizzy and drowsy. You have to come out of the sea. You've been stung so much. You can't pee. Damn, where's the beer? Pouring the beer because you run out of pee, the beer seems to work pretty cool too. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's much better. I'm ready to go back out to surf now. Because you got a wetsuit on, but your hands and your ankles and your feet and your face is exposed. So I've been stung by a lot of jellyfish. And I mean, I don't know what I've been stung by. Let's just put it this way. I've been stung by so many damn things in the sea. I have been in a jellyfish, you know, box jellyfishes? I've been surfing and being surrounded completely by box jellyfish where I can't move on my board. There's just box jellyfish everywhere. And I'm like sitting like this, like trying to avoid them. And the big waves, like, 3 meter waves. And then the big wave comes. You forget about the jellyfish very quickly because that wall of water, if it knocks you, these waves are so fast that they pick you up and they throw you, they flick you, and you're in the air for like 4 seconds, 3 seconds before you hit the water really hard, because water's hard when you hit it because it throws you so hard. And then the sets would just pummel you one after the other because it was deep sea surf. So you 1, 2, you hold your breath, you go under for like washing machine, you come up, next one gets you, washing machine, next one gets you. By the end, you're sure you're gonna die, and you have to learn to control your emotions when you're under the water, because if you panic, you're pretty sure that that's it. This is it. But so I used to get stung by things a lot, and I always used to pee on it, and I thought it worked. But now, now that I'm older, I reckon, well, a lot of times I have just told myself it's going to be fine, and it's fine, right? And it works. Like I used mantra to cure yellow jaundice. So you know what I'm saying? Like in 24 hours, which isn't supposed to happen. So like what isn't possible when you look at it from that scale. But yeah, so what was the other thing that oh yeah, so the decisions that we make outside of our bodies, right? That is our the aspects of ourself. I don't think there's any self in the body. I think the body is just a tool. And outside of the body, there's an emotional context that is controlling your mind. So your mind is wrapped around the body and controlling the body, with an emotional context wrapped around the mind, influencing the mind, influencing the body. And this emotional context around the mind is like a hand in a glove, or a glove in a glove on a hand, if we could say. And the hand is the body, and the two gloves are, or probably a better way of putting it is there's a glove, and the emotion is a glove, and over that glove there's another glove, which is the mind, and over that there's another glove, which is the body. Probably a better way of looking at it, back to front, inside out. And so what is the instrument of free will? What is the instrument of decisive thinking and choice? And when we get to that point, I think we're getting towards the fundamental, the blueprint of the soul. And one of the things we were talking about earlier before you got here, Indy, was that a print is not an original. You make a print of something as a copy. So when we're looking at the blueprint for the soul, we're not looking at the soul, we're looking at the residue that the soul leaves outside of the body that governs this whole mechanism. So what does that mean for the nature of who we are, right? And what was it you were saying earlier, Cosmic? That there is this belief in materialism that we don't exist. And the reason that the materialists believe that we don't exist is because we don't exist here. And I agree with them, Cosmic. What do you think about this? We don't exist here. Our bodies exist here. But they're looking for us where our bodies, it's like looking for your car engine in the back seat, right? The back seat is not where the car engine is. There is a car engine, but it's not in the back seat. And if you're going to look in the back seat for the car engine, you're never going to find it, because the car engine's right in the front, underneath the hub, underneath the hood, driving the car. And you're in the back seat of the car thinking this is the car, but you don't realize there's another part of the car that you can't see. And that's where the engine is. How's that for an analogy?
Yeah, I like that. And it reminds me of like the Merkaba being like the vehicle of the soul, and like that our mind is like more of a vehicle that moves in a different realm or like is unseen. And I don't know, I kind of gravitate towards like two different possibilities. I had an experience where my mind awoke in a different realm where I was in an electric sea inside of like an electric pod, which I consider to be like an egg or like a shell or a seed. And like we were all tethered to this tree. And what I thought was my body here, I could see was operating as like tendrils of like electrical frequencies that were moving that resembled the shape of my body. And as I thought I was moving in this world, the size of the shell were changing to represent the things that I thought I was touching. It was like a treadmill. And when we think we're moving in this world, the mind is there in a stable place inside of this pod. And there were like three eyes watching me somehow, which were on different sides, but I could see them simultaneously. So my ability to perceive was different. I didn't just see in front of myself. I could see all around myself somehow simultaneously in a way that was not like normal space where I could see inside and behind things somehow. And it was shown to me that it's not time to awaken yet. It was like kind of like an understanding where I received that we don't end up hatching there from that pod to become like a free electrical or energetic being until we master life in this world, by like choosing to reach to higher consciousness and become a better person through self-mastery to correct the mistakes we had made. And then we can finally become worthy of living there and becoming free, because we don't have to be governed anymore. We've been trained and learned to go through this world to facilitate our conscience so that we choose to do the right thing for each other and integrate with others and see ourselves as connected and not try to get ahead by putting others down and whatnot, or allowing ourselves to be put down to let others take advantage of us because it's easier, for example. So that's one of the considerations I make, is that the soul and the mind are actually in a different realm, and that this place where the body is not that place. But I've written some articles in my blog about the idea that since it seems like this is something in science that is like fringe, that I've kind of come up with a postulate about, that it's been noticed by certain people like the three amigos, Greg Braden, Bruce Lipton, and Joe Dispenza, that there are 10 times as many mitochondria in the neurons as there are in the rest of the cells. And they show in diagrams there's like 1 or 2 mitochondria in there. There's really like, I think 20 at least in every cell. And in the neurons, there's like 200. So it seems to me like if they're more concentrated in the nervous system, then they're probably the ones that are facilitating a lot of the signals. And so either they are the ones that are connected to a collective hive mind that transcends space and time and can gather information from maybe our past lives, maybe from morphic resonance of those that resonate with our ways of thinking and being. Maybe they can utilize that information to make the decisions and help us make our choices in life and provide alternatives for us to choose from. I feel like that could be the case, and either they are just like the antenna of like a higher consciousness that acts through them, facilitating the decisions and behaviors that we make, or they're actually the ones that in their hive mind actually facilitate our ability to think in a subconscious level and in the unconscious level of like operating the body. They're facilitating so many things in the body that we're completely unaware of, that we can gain awareness of in the conscious mind by becoming more attuned to the body, by doing mind body scans in meditation, by being more aware of our bodies through like yoga and tai chi, qigong, and various like forms like that of practice of the body, martial arts and things. We can be more aware of our heart rate and we could change it. We can be more aware of our breath and we can alter our breath, which can alter our mood. We can be aware of our gut health and of our impact that our diet has on our gut health, which can impact our mood. So there's so many things that are interwoven between all this. I definitely know that there's something beyond the places that we've looked to understand where the mind resides. And I feel like it's a combination of things. In spirituality, they suggest that the mind, or the sushumna, the rod or the pole, of which the Ida and Pingala turn around in the chakra system and meet at 7 different points where they cross. The sushumna, or the spine, is thought to be the antenna of the soul or the subconscious mind that can receive, channel, and download information from higher consciousness or from spirit guides or the angels or from God or from various things. So this is common in a lot of different philosophies and cultures and mystical paths. The idea that the spine, if we sit straight up, becomes more receptive of higher consciousness, channeling and downloads and things like that. So I feel like there's a combination. Like it's not that the body's not real or that this is just a simulation. I feel like the body is part of how the mind operates. It operates through the brain and the body. So, like, we know that if we damage certain parts of the brain, we found that people lose their ability to receive certain signals, to be able to do certain behaviors. But thanks to Chaya, I was talking to on another um, media, basically suggesting that in India, they cure certain things like jaundice with spiritual means instead of with physical medicine. But I know that plant medicine, like the old medicine of the ancient times, that's still being used with Native Americans, Vedic science, and traditional Chinese medicine is way more effective than modern science has allowed their medicines to perform. Their medicines can seem to be faster acting, but seem to have a host of side effects that are unexpected and, well, they seem unexpected to those that weren't part of designing them and observing how they operate, but maybe they've intentionally made these side effects or allowed these side effects to become pushing people in to become a cash cow. But basically, it seems like even though they seem to be faster acting, they don't really do as much as naturopathic medicine could do on a holistic level. So it may be like really important to have these kind of things for sick care medicine, for emergency sick care, where people don't have much time. They need to have something that's fast acting now. And whether the side effects isn't that important because they would probably be not making it or in a bad condition or in a coma or something if they weren't able to have these things act on them fast. So practically those things can be valuable, but also we have like things like functional medicine, which is also known as integrative medicine now, which integrates Eastern and Western medicine so that we can have sick care medicine for emergency situations. But when they make prescriptions, they give out diet and lifestyle changes first before resorting to any kind of emergency thing. So, and they found that when diet and lifestyle changes are implemented, that people will relieve whatever condition they were working on, but it will also facilitate the relief of other difficult conditions that they have maybe in their mood or their psychology, or they'll like help things with the gut health and that'll help with like other parts of the body, like the joints or the nervous system or different systems like that. So it seems like traditional ancient medicine is able to heal on a much higher level holistically than sick care medicine can even hope to achieve. The fact that it's made from petroleum byproducts almost makes me think that it seems like they're all in cahoots together. And so that since they can patent these like chemicals made in a lab from the byproducts of petroleum, they chose to use petroleum to get their chemicals because they're supporting the petroleum industry. It's in cahoots with the medical industry. That's in cahoots with the bankers, the world banking industry. And I feel like they're kind of working together to exploit the masses. Maybe they facilitate this whole thing because they're like, we need to fund taking care of all y'all. So we're gonna rip you off a little bit, but it's for your best interest. We need to like keep the system and the machines running. So I don't really know what their values are, but to me it seems like they've been able to make a lot of exceptions of their conscience
Y-
to be able to do things
Here's
like
an,
that.
here's an interesting idea. I'm going to float this. There's something else I wanted to talk about, what you spoke about recently. But this is the second thing. What if it's a kind of a black magic ritual? And that petroleum, you see, our bodies are like computers recording the information that we channel as thoughts and feelings, right? And so, in this way, necromancy is a real thing, right? And people's body parts can be used to do magic. In fact, it's a big part of African magic here where I live. Body parts of children, body parts of animals, body parts of this is used for different medicines, right? Um, some for some of the really dark stuff, parts of children and stuff. Like, yeah, you got to protect your kids when you live in Africa, because there are some sankomas that would want the muti of your kids. And but the idea that the oil is biomatter, which was animals, insects, trees, plants, and humans. What a thought, right? So, because that's what became the oil, right? Like, what happens to all of the oil in all of the bodies? Plants, you know, creatures. They when they pass away, they go into the soil, don't they? And then they get churned around and churned around and churned around. So that oil must have some trace element of the so-called blood. And if you think of oil, it could be thought of as the blood of the earth. Yeah, the earth's blood. So I wonder whether there's some connection with why those people that are in the know specifically use petroleum, because it's extremely carcinogenic, right? Everything that it touches becomes carcinogenic. This is why there's so many side effects attached to those pharmaceutical drugs. This is why they're so toxic. Like, you're not meant to put petroleum products in your body. That's why plastic is such a completely toxic thing. Why microplastics is like what it is. Petroleum. It's all petroleum. So when we think about petroleum, like that's quite an interesting angle to look at. Like maybe it's part of some occult ritual, which is designed to put people in tune with the idea of putrefaction, which is an alchemical process, right? Isn't oil the putrefaction, like the perfect symbol of putrefaction in on Earth, if you think about what oil is, and also it has to do with energy, right? Because there's so much energy in the oil. There's so much energy in the petroleum. So where does all that energy come from? That energy comes from sugars, doesn't it? Am I right or am I wrong? It must have come from sugars. It must have come from the sun. So are we talking about you get sugars which comes from our sun? What is in tune with the black sun's energy? This is what I'm getting at. If natural sugars are an expression of our solar disk, the living being that pours out life and electricity that plants can turn into sugars that we can all survive, then what is oil? Is oil the frequency of the black sun? And are they bringing that black Saturnial sun into the medicines in a way? And what was the other thing that you said just now that I was like, that was really cool? I wanted to respond to. Well, it will come to me. It will come to me. But what do you think of that as a concept, possibly?
Yeah, that's amazing. I recently watched this Australian film called Saccharine, where this girl starts taking this weight loss supplement, and she's like, "What is this? It really works." But I'm having these weird experiences, and she starts seeing this ghost that's like watching her, and then she starts to analyze it because she's a medical student. So she sneaks into the analyzer and tries to figure out what it's made from, and she determines that it's actually made from human ashes, and she thinks that the ghost that she's seeing is like the spirit of the person whose ashes this is, and that somehow it's making her lose all this weight. But the person that appears to her as a ghost is like severely obese somehow. So it seems like the ghost was like growing as she was losing the weight, and it was like this weird thing. But it made me think like, man, like what these petroleum byproducts are made from like rotten flesh of putrefied animals like over millions of years. And like maybe like these medicines carry like these spirits of like these like draconic beings, like mostly dinosaurs and stuff and plant matter. And like what if these spirits are like being like conjured into us or something? And there's like so much there that seems like a lot of black magic might be involved, and it's like way over our heads as to like what's going on here. Maybe it's just the fact that they're poisoning us and the black magic is our gullibility. They're using us as like guinea pigs to try to like make us suffer, and through their suffering they gain from, like, demons are said to gain from fear and from anger and frustration and sorrow. So like maybe they're like draining our loosh from the suffering that they're having us endure from poisoning us in the name of medicine. Or maybe it's just the fact that they're getting this money in a certain way that they have to find junk chemicals that people are throwing away, industrial waste products, and they're just trying to get rich from trash and feeding it to us and hoping we won't notice or realize. Which I was kind of like disturbed to realize that cyanocobalamin, vitamin B12, is made from human waste in septic treatment plants. Uh, so they just scoop up like human feces and then draw the vitamin B12 out of that. And then it's like purified so it doesn't have like dangerous bacteria in it. But that's the source from which they get it. So if you want B12 and you can take methylcobalamin, that's made in more healthier ways from like natural living things and whatever. Whereas cyanocobalamin is made from disturbing places and things. And it's not the only thing. Like this petroleum stuff is trouble. I was talking to a friend recently about how petroleum and tar pits used to be useful to like weatherproof things, to like create a boat that would like seal all of the joints so that water cannot penetrate through, or seal the roof so that like water cannot come through and damage the carpentry underneath the roof. Like I think that's like a healthier way to utilize petroleum or tar or bitumen or whatever. But like to burn it in the air or to ingest it, probably not what we're supposed to be doing with that stuff. Although it has been useful for us to use as an energy source. But if you consider the detriments of it impacting the climate and our health, I mean, maybe there's a lot better ways. So that's also made me question, are they doing this to like, is there an overarching like evil force that's like having these people do this so that like it's destroying us? Like what's going on?
I think the answer is kind of in the example you just provided, Indy, about like sealing off the boat. In a lot of ways, it's sort of like they're sealing us off. So when I think about like medicine in general and the sort of the narrative of like, pills, etc., basically says is that, if you can change whether or not you're happy, sad, lose weight, etc., just by taking a pill, that kind of reinforces the narrative that you don't have free will, doesn't it? That you can just be, that all you have to do is just ingest a chemical and you just magically become a different person. And that's probably why a lot of like holistic medicine and more like other alternative medicine that tends to get attacked. Because if you think about what alternative medicine is that yes, there's a chemical component to alternative medicine, but there's also a component of mind and will and spirit being implemented with the physical. Like there's also like a prayer, a meditation, a spell, a connection with some kind of ancestor deity. So there's that non-physical connection, with the healing. And I think the reason that they're sort of pushing those drugs and then also kind of demonizing the sort of the holistic medicine stuff, because I think in a lot of ways, the real sort of agenda that I've been I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but I really start to think of like kind of the evil that we're dealing with today. And I think it really is pretty much the equivalent to the nothing in the never ending story, because that's kind of how materialism acts in the world, is it sort of takes the imagination and it takes the astral and it just sort of sucks it up into a black void. In Zarfexology, they call this the void Zerfikes, which is sort of the Zerfikes of atheist materialism. And I think about how that Zerfikes is sort of characterized by being kind of like a black membrane that exists around your mind. So it's like, think of it like a black bubble that's like blocking out the astral plane from your perception. And then you think about tar being sort of, implemented into our body. So that's just like another layer of that darkness preventing us from sort of like finding that light. Because I think that if we're thinking about what the narrative ultimately is that there's some kind of like weird, dark alien force that really wants to subjugate our free will. Because when I think about what all this evil in the world seems to come from, and whether it be, doesn't really matter what side of the aisle it's on, it's this idea that people are just deterministic. Because if you think about it, the more evil you are as a person, you would think the less conscious overall you perceive your external reality. So if you're somebody that's really callous and cruel, you don't really perceive the consciousness of other beings or in other aspects of existence. Everything just seems kind of like a dead, plastic dummy that you can just play around with. Whereas if you're someone who has more conscious, you start to see and recognize that other beings also have consciousness, and that you develop the capacity for things like empathy and compassion and, and relatability, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems that in a lot of ways, because I think about materialism itself, and like, because in a lot of ways it's like a disease. And the reason I talk about it a lot, because it's like, it's a disease I feel like I was infected with once. Like, I'm a materialism survivor, essentially. Like, that's kind of how I look. Like, I got attacked by the materialism void bubble, and I somehow survived the inclination. And I think that's because, I think to me, it's just, it creates a just undeniable amount of just despair and hopelessness that is beyond most people's comprehension when you really like don't believe in God and you don't believe that there's any, deeper purpose. It's just like, it's like a void that just sucks everything, out of your life. And then people are getting, and then the worst part is that in our culture, it's almost like we're gaslit into it, and you're almost being told that it's actually a good thing that this is happening too. Like, I just hate when these people are like, oh, it's actually more meaningful that there's no afterlife. It's actually more meaningful that there's no God because everything is horrible and terrible. It makes things more romantic and beautiful. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's depressing as hell. And we got to be able to stand up and say, no, this is dark and depressing. And that's the worst part of it. So to me, it's like, that is like almost more evil than Satanism, because at least Satanism, sort of empowers the individual and tells them that you have some free will and you can do what you want. This thing is just basically like, you are nothing, you have nothing, you don't exist, and just basically surrender to the Borg. It's like so much more, sinister that. But that's what I think of it. It's just like this black shadowy mass that's sort of that, and materialism is sort of like the roots in which this creature sort of spawns from and sort of infects people's imagination with. Because the way I categorize it is that in a lot of ways you perceive things magically by projecting your mind into different surfaxes, right? So if you go into the indeterminate zone, where the astral and etheric and mental planes essentially are, you can project a certain number of surfaxes to go into, these spiritual realms. But what this surfax essentially does is it takes like one entire row of surfaxes and just creates a big black block that just makes it so you can't access it. And that's what happens to people who become skeptical. It's that node of reality where you experience, spiritual things and spirits and premonitions, etc. It just becomes a void. It's just like someone put like a, this is under maintenance. You can't go under the ride sign of that part of your consciousness. And so in a lot of ways, but the more sinister part I've realized about that is that the more you believe in that actually makes you have less free will, because then you start to identify with that determinist materialist universe. So I think if we look at the narratives of what we're dealing with medicine and why they're pushing that on us so much, I think that's the specific reason, because the narrative that's being pushed, the propaganda that comes from, serving certain foods, medicine, and healthcare stuff, is that you are fundamentally a machine. You are deterministic. You can be changed by this. We can pull a lever. We can give you a pill. We can electrocute you there. You have no free will. That's the propaganda that I think you guys are pointing towards.
That's really interesting. And I want to point out, and I want to respond to what you said before, India. I remembered. But first, I want to thank you for saying that it's almost as evil as Satanism. that word almost really plays an important role, because Satanism is pretty damn.
I said it's more evil than Satanism. Yeah.
Oh, did you say more? I thought you said almost. Okay, well, that's a big step. But yeah, I agree with you. That you should get a 12-step program going for people that are trying to kick the habit of materialism. That's the beginning of a really super awesome meme there, right? like join the 12-step program, like leave materialism, like you kick the habit. But I agree with you. It's pretty toxic and it's pretty heavy, and it's pretty much why the world is screwed the way it is, and they did it to us when we were kids, and they're doing it to our kids. It's their mission. Indy, you were talking about mitochondria earlier, right? And how there's more of them in nerves, and it made me think about how mitochondria are, so hormones plug into mitochondria. They like plug in, hello, plug, think, and they program how the nervous system works through the mitochondria. Also, different hormones change the shape of mitochondria. So certain hormones will make the mitochondria go one. For example, cortisol. Cortisol stretches out the mitochondria, right? Makes them become all stretched. And if there's enough cortisol, it can cause them to start unraveling, separating. You know, like an electrical cable? If the electrical cable gets stretched and it starts to unravel and fray, that's what cortisol, too much cortisol does to mitochondria. Small amounts of cortisol is actually good, apparently good for mitochondria. I don't see how, but it gives the mitochondrion like resilience, right? Just a little bit, small dosages, but not the way we get it here in the West. And here's another interesting point. We were talking about petroleum and oil, crude oil, that causes mitochondria to also change shape, to get little holes in the mitochondria. They lose folds because the mitochondria have got little folds in them. They become swollen. They start splitting apart. They start leaking, and they become a round shape, like little blobs. So now,
Which one does that?
we're
Not
talking
cortisol, but a different one?
petroleum.
Oh, petroleum does that? Oh, man.
Yeah. So they're putting this stuff, right, into the psychomeds, which is going to affect the shape of the mitochondria. Like there's a lot to think about here, right? When you really get right down to what they're up to. Yeah, the cortisol stretches out the mitochondrion, makes them become stretched. And it can also damage the mitochondrion, too much cortisol. Like if you've got high levels of cortisol, it will actually damage your mitochondria. I wonder what effects like love has on mitochondria. There'll probably be like a really interesting like journey we should take sometime. We should do a live just focusing on mitochondria and the different hormones and try and get pictures, like how does different hormones affect the shape of your mitochondria? But anyway, the point I was making is that the nervous system, the hormones sort of connect to the mitochondrions and have a huge effect. They program the mitochondrions, by the way, hormones. So this is a connection between your emotional intelligence, right? And your rational intelligence, if you want to get right down to it, right? Because if you think about it, if you get right down to it, the calibration of the mitochondrion is affected by the hormones. So the mitochondrion can be recalibrated for how to behave. So what this means is that our emotional state, right, affects our mental capacity, which we know, right? I mean, this is obvious, right? Your emotional state, which is carried by your hormones, reprograms the way you think. If you're angry, you'll be thinking angry thoughts. If you're sad, you'll be thinking depressive thoughts. If you're happy, you'll be thinking joyful thoughts. So literally, these mitochondria, which carry our thought information, act like little limiters, right? So imagine like our soul outside of the body has all these different potential emotions that it can channel into the body. But if we damage our mitochondria or program them too many with one hormone, then they won't be able to effectively transmit the other information from the soul. They'll just be able to keep transmitting on a loop the bits that they've got. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I looked it up, and apparently, like when you're in love, it stimulates the release of bonding hormones like oxytocin and signaling molecules like nitric oxide, which help reduce cellular stress, lower inflammation, and actually optimizes mitochondrial energy production. You can kind of tell that like you become happier and more youthful and more easygoing when you're in love, less bitter and less conflicted and stuff. So energy's flowing abundantly. It's definitely a good thing. And Bruce Lipton talks about that. He says, go into the honeymoon phase in your life and everything will lift and you'll heal and you'll alleviate your problems will become alleviated because you're going to be able to be more easygoing about things and be more willing to listen to guidance and step out of your egoistic ways and all this stuff. So it's a powerful phase if you can get into that, if you can get into through self-love, through um, passionate love of another, love of your family, all these different things make a big impact on the soul and the spirit, and it helps the body. So if you can get there, that's a great place to be. I was walking my dogs yesterday, and my father saw the dog when he got back. And at first, the dog didn't want to walk. I was like, Bonito, come on. It's a beautiful adventure. We're going to take it, and you're going to love it. And we got to go. We just got to go. He didn't want to get his paws wet in the grass, so I tried to walk him on the road. Still was being stubborn. Like, oh, he's 99 years old in dog years. He's like, oh, I want to go home and just rest. I'm like, you can't just rest all the time, but you'll rest better after going for this walk. And I kept pep talking him. And eventually I had to kind of pull him and drag him a little bit on the leash. Like, come on, we're going for the walk. This is going to be good for you. We'll get to see some other doggies. And eventually he kind of got with it and started going along. And we came to a crossroad, and I'm like, do you want to turn back now? We can come back. And he said, screw it, let's go. I'm into it now. And he was having a ball. When we got back, my father was like, wow, how is he so upbeat? He was like so like down and out before and kind of like mopey and kind of like weak and tired. Now he's so energized. He's like looking around. He's all pepped up. What did you do to him? And I'm like, well, I'm a healer. I do healing on a spiritual level, and I help people that are on the verge of death that think there's no cure or treatment. And I'm able to heal them through spirit by transmuting the darkness of their emotional body, their emotional wounds, into light and love, and then returning it back to their bodies. I do this through my heart space, but other women I speak to that do this work, they ground the energy and receive it back from earth. And I think that they bring it back through their heart space, but they don't transmute it in that place. So they warn me against it because they're like, you could carry all these like dark energies there. And I'm like, no, like I'm transmuting them completely. Like they're dissolving because there's no source of darkness. The light completely dissolves it. As long as it can hide, it can be sustained, but the light will permeate through all darkness and disintegrate it into nothing. So by believing that in my soul, or having faith and full certainty that that's true, then for me it is. And the process of which I go through doesn't leave a residue. So it's helpful. But I wanted to mention quickly, Chaya mentioned that in India, what they do when they're healing jaundice, they'll have a priest go in and take some limestone water and drink it and have the patients dip their hand in the water and then do a mantra and give them some ashes to mix with it and some milk and drink it for 3 days. And they say it works. So that could be the placebo effect, but maybe there's energy in like the spiritual vibrations of somebody that's healing, that's able to put that energy into like medicine, whether it's just water, like homeopathics, and that energy is healing and that can heal people and have them overcome conditions without modern science, the technology or know-how, ancient ways.
Yeah, there's so much, that was what I was wanting to get to, was related to the seat of the soul. And so, okay, the seat of the soul or the seed of the soul? Because when you say the word seed in German, um, in German, word seed is um, so yeah. So the cognate, the direct cognate for the English word seed is seat. How's that for something interesting to consider? And this is literally the direct cognate because it comes from the old Germanic, right? Much of English comes from German, High German, Old German, Proto-German. So when we speak about seed, we're talking about a seed. And the seat, what do you put down on a chair? When you sit down on a chair, it's your seed touching the chair, right? If you think about it. Because where do you put your eggs when you sit down, right? Like us men, we carry eggs. We're egg carriers. We carry like eggs with us. And we would go like glang, 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 glang. If you run too fast, they bump against each other. Ding dong, ding dong, ding. You know? Um, so when we sit down, we put our seed down beneath us. And so in traditional times, a particular type of wood would be cut, and that would be your seed, right? And I bet you the chairs are made out of seed, cedar, cedar wood, cedar, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's some connection there. And that's Jupiterian, like cedar, right? The energy, the vibration, it's expansive. It brings good luck and good energy. So you want your seed to be like blessed by Jupiter, by Zeus. You would sit on cedar wood. And so these cognates with seed and seat, I think, are quite interesting because we speak about the seat of the soul, but we don't recognize that we're actually talking about the seed of the soul. And that the soul is like a seed and the fruit is growing around the seed, right? And it's an interesting way of looking at like what the soul is. And so when we look at the seat of the soul, I think that we should consider that what we're seeing and touching and feeling is the skin, and the fruit. There'll be an inner layer and an outer layer of fruit, and the outer layer of fruit will be hard and protective, and the inner layer of fruit will be soft and sweet, right? And then we will have the seed in the center. So the soul is the seed. And remember, trees are back to front to humans, inside out. They breathe in what we breathe out. We breathe out what they breathe in. We're like we're inverters. We're inverted to trees, effectively. So the model should work back to front with a human, with the seed being on the outside, right? The fruit, the softest fruit, sweetest fruit being the next layer, and the harder fruit being the next layer, and the skin being literally our skin. So that's probably like a really good way of looking at it. And then I would use the Ida and the Pingala diagram, yeah, as an idea to to put that into perspective. Because when we look at, for example, if we look at um, if we look at a diagram, let's look at one here. Let's bring it up. Idam Pingala. You mentioned it before, and it's always a good one to bring up. So we see the Ida, we see the Pingala here, we see the Shushumna. And I would say that the Shushumna is the seed of the soul. And it's wrapped around it by the Pingala. And the Pingala is wrapped within the Ida. Or shall we say, and what we're seeing on the center, which is the Shushumna, is actually the circumference as well. So that's a uniform potential, which is these two elements of that uniform potential splitting into a polarity within the body. And so when we separate the fruit from the seed and look at it in such a way, we'll see the two layers of fruit, right? The outer fruit contains most of the minerals. The inner fruit contains most of the sugars, right? Which is quite interesting if we look at it from that perspective, because those sugars are necessary to give the energy to the body. Now, what gives the energy to the body, right? We were talking about mitochondria, hormones. What role do hormones play? What role do hormones play in mitochondria directing sugar metabolism? I wonder. So let me bring this through here. I'm just thinking while I'm speaking, just sort of thinking out loud. It's I like to think out loud. The best way for the bush whisperer to think is to think very loudly. He's a loud thinker. Is this bush whisperer? Who's this bush whisperer is so thinking so loud? Huh? Is it think too loud for my liking? Okay, so hormones act as chemical messengers that tell mitochondria how and when to break down sugar for energy. So that's basically what I was imagining. They control how fast cells take in glucose, which enzymes turn sugar into fuel, and how the cell balances energy production with storage. Now, I want you to take this into context with what I was saying a minute ago. Right. So the Ida is the soft, sweet fruit in the middle. Right? But it actually is on the outside because we're looking inside out. And that controls the sugars, which we just read now, which is the hormones. So the Ida is related to the pituitary gland and to the hormones. Why? Because Ida is about your moods, your feelings, your intuitive emotional intelligence. Pingala is related to your logic, your pineal gland, your rational capacity to think, your central nervous system, and the neurons, right? And that's why the thalamus is related to the pingala anatomically, and the hypothalamus is related to the Ida anatomically, and the pituitary gland governs your emotional states and your moods more so, and the pineal gland governs your central nervous system through its behavioral modification, as it's attached to the thalamus, in the same way that the pituitary gland is attached to the hypothalamus, which is governing your moods and your emotional content, and it does so through the hormonal systems. So stepping back now into the metaphysics from the physics, that's not really physics, is it? From the biochemistry, I suppose it's kind of physics. Then we can see that the Ida is carrying that emotional energy, which is the hormonal system, and that hormonal Ida system is what is the sugar part, right? And then the neurons, which is the Pingala, are programmed by the Ida. So that's quite interesting when you look at it like that, because Pingala is that part of us which is thinking, acting, thinking. It's this, it's that solar radiance, electricity. Ida is that magnetic field, feeling, and how our feeling directs our thoughts. We don't realize this relationship, but it's here to be seen. And it can be seen by the way that the mitochondrion change their shapes as per which hormones are present, and how hormones also texturize as well as, what's the word? Program the mitochondria. So I believe we've got a map for the seat of the soul here, the seed of the soul. And the seed of the soul is the Shushumna, because the Shushumna, if we look at the cosmology, the Shushumna doesn't, this diagram is wrong, by the way. Sorry to say. I just like it because it's so simple. But the Shushumna is, the Ida and the Pingala are resolved at Visuddhi. When it crosses the point of the Visuddhi chakra, which is obviously the vagus nerve, when it crosses this point, it becomes singular, right? The pranic currents become singular at that point. So they're showing it here as diverging crazy, but it's actually below that. This is like the unstruck sound, which is above this point. The anahata is where we start to get the diversity between yang and yin. So you could say that in that higher heavenly sphere, it is just the Tao. And so the Tao represents, is what we're talking about here when we're talking about Shushumna. And that Shushumna is basically the Ida and the Pingala as a singular potential without being split in two, without being independent, being a coherent singular potential. So that, I think that is what the seed of the soul is, because that seed of singular potential, which is the Shushumna, gives rise to the polarization. And that brings us back to what we were talking about earlier with cosmic, right? Where you were talking about duality, cosmic. I don't know if cosmic's in Sandwich Land. And how that duality, everybody's trying to escape from duality. Have you guys noticed this? We're living in an escapist, like everybody thinks they're bloody Houdini. And they're all going to escape from duality, right? Because duality is an evil, bad thing. But it's sort of like fundamentally woven into our systems. And I think the whole point of duality being so fundamentally woven into our systems is because it's the way in which the seat of the soul, the seed of the soul, manifests the body. The body wouldn't be able to manifest because the pure vibrational state, which is the spiritual state, which is what the soul is, it's a field of pure vibration, is essentially that infinite field of consciousness. And we're experiencing that infinite field of consciousness being torn open into Ida and Pingala. And we're watching Ida and Pingala reacting to each other. And that produces a cadence that we're experiencing as a physical reality. How's that for an idea of like a visual, conceptual perspective of the seed of the soul, as the Germans say? A big up, respect to all the Germans out there, man. You guys have helped us here to break down some of the words. What do you guys think about this as a concept?
I was thinking kind of recently about, like, if the idea is that our body has a sort of consciousness to it, and so sort of a sense to the soul. And then I think about like apply that concept to pregnancy in a sense. So in a lot of ways, it's like when you're in the womb, you don't really have your own body yet. You're kind of just an extension of your mother's body, and then when you exit the womb, you kind of have that. So it's like I always think of it like the awareness and being sort of dialectic. So it's like in a sense when you're like in utero, your mother's being and your being are fundamentally the same. And but your awareness is what essentially is get impregnated into the mother. But then when you exit the mother's womb, then you essentially have your own being. So I'm thinking a lot of ways it's like I have the consciousness of my mind and my soul, but the consciousness of my body is kind of like a copy of my mother's soul in a sense. So I was kind of like thinking of that idea from that context.
Made me think that like when we put our seed on our seat and we're on like a bicycle, who designed these seats? This is so bad. It's like not comfortable. And like we're on a saddle of a horse, like, ow. Like I don't know. I think I need like a cup or something, like those things you wear for sports. But yeah. No, that's an interesting connection. I feel like the seed is seated into the soil. And so it gets its resting place where it's gonna like establish its place and root down from. And like kind of like to me there's like a lot of synchronicity there with those concepts where when we take a seat, we're like planting ourselves. And we like put ourselves in a place where we're resting and we're sitting there and we're able to then focus on other things. So there's like a lot of connections with those two words, I think.
And then we seed it. I seed it. Right? So it's about vision, spiritual vision. The seed to the soul, is about spiritual vision, about wisdom, understanding what's going on here. Because this is all just an illusion, and it's a maya, and it's a dance, and it's a trick of the light, and it's an emotional journey, and it's upsetting, and it's joyful, and it's addictive, and it's all these other things. But there's something else happening that's not obvious. And I think that something else that's happening is where we are choosing. It is interesting, like to think of physical reality as being redundant, and you can now see where the Gnostics were coming from, right? That the physical realm is an after effect. I mean, it's important because it's the after effect. It gives us perspective, the ability to analyze and to think, to logic. It's a valuable thing. But you can see now where the Gnostic perspective, that like, here's a question, and Cosmic, I know you're gonna probably jump on this. Do you think Gnosticism was a reaction, an antidote to materialism?
Like kind of like the sort of the Aramonic equivalent at the time. I don't know. It's kind of something that's an interesting kind of like thought to think about. I have to kind of like analyze that for a sec.
So
Okay, let me
Ahriman is
analyze.
considered to be like the evil one, as opposed to Ahura Mazda, right? But like, there's also another name for him in Zoroastrianism, being uh, Angramanyu. So where does Ahriman come from? Is that really from Zoroastrianism, or is that like from
I
something else?
think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
There's like a god that existed, but apparently people like allegedly didn't worship.
right.
Um, the way I understand it is that the Ahriman is a previous
Okay.
epoch. And so it's sort of trying to force us backwards in time because we're evolving forwards. So there was a time in human history when we weren't individuals, where we were like a hive in a group. And during that time of our evolution, it was good for us to be that, right? Because that's what we were. But as we became individualized, individuation started to take place. The role of the hive mind became less and less relevant. However, this this hive mind, right? It actually exists as an archetypal field of consciousness that has presence and personality, as all egregoric fields do. For example, we speak about the zeitgeist of the time, right? I think that the zeitgeist is a living being, and we are operating under the auspices of the zeitgeist, within the zeitgeist's field of purview. And so our free will is limited and curtailed by the presence of the zeitgeist of any age. And to think of the Ahriman as an outdated zeitgeist that's trying to assert itself, right, into the present. Now, Angry Manu, do you hear that word? Just take a moment, buddy. Just check this out. So that word relates to anger, right? Now, from the Zoroastrian evolved from Persian, and so the Persian bad guys were the devas, and the Persian good guys were the Ahura. So the Ahura is not one thing. The Ahura is a zeitgeist, a chapter of time. In India, we speak about the time of the Asuras and the time of the Devas. In India, the Devas were the good guys and the Asura were the bad guys. But on the other side of the border, right, the Asura, instead of Asura, were the good guys and the Devas were the bad guys. Now, the Angry Manu was, I think, man, what's wrong with my memory? My brain's a little bit patrach, not doing so well. Angry Manu. Manu. How do you spell it?
So while you're looking that up, I kind of wanted to answer a question you said earlier about do you think the Gnostics were influenced by materialism? And I think there actually is an answer to that. Look at the Greek Epicureans, because if you think about it, Gnosticism was very influenced by Greek culture. All the words like Sophia, Pleroma, etc. So those are all like Greek in origin. And if you think about it, the Epicurean movement existed several hundred years before Gnosticism was implemented. So I wonder how much of Epicurus's philosophy had on Greek culture at the time, because that actually could be a potential explanation as to Gnostics reacting to materialists, because that's essentially what they were. They were basically ancient materialists. People think that materialism is like some new thing that people came up with because of modern science, but it's actually been an idea that's been around for thousands of years. I think there's actually in ancient India, there's also a materialist school within the whole Hindu culture as well of ancient times. So it's so I think the Epicureans and the Gnostics, there's got to be a connection between those two things as terms of influence because of materialism and reacting to it.
Totally, man. Totally. That's my thoughts as well. So just to get back to the angry Manu, as I like to call him, right? Angry Manu, because now we're getting a real taste of like the difference between the Vedic perspective and the perspective of the Persian. And I think that there were ancient wars that were fought, and I think these were actual different epochs, right? And there might have been epochs that one group of people were in a good place, doing well, and the other epoch was a group of people in a bad place doing badly, and they remember that epoch with bad memory, and the other ones remember the other epoch with good memory. But I think there was also wars being fought, and I think these were also orders of beings. So I think it's like multidimensional, the whole idea. But just to bring it back here, so the Manu, or angry Manu, is a Western. And so, yeah, um, is the Avestan version of Ahriman. Also, so we're meant to believe. And the Avestan, how long? So we're gonna it's different epochs basically. So, oh yeah, let me show you this. Oh yeah. So the Angra Mainyu is 1500 to 1000 BC. Where the Ahriman is the later middle period. So we're talking about time periods basically that define what's going on here. Where am I? Okay. Anyway, I lost that thread. We're talking about the difference, the different epochs. So the Ahriman is just a later ideology of the same thing, if that makes sense. Yeah. But I do think that we have less knowledge about the Avestan than what we do of the later Middle Persian period, even though they were all basically stemming from the language group of Farsi, right? Farsi, Parsi, right? Which is in itself, the Pharisee, the Farsi. So this goes way back, and I think the Pharisees, right, came from that cult. Does that make sense? And they called themselves Pharisee later on. But I think there must be a connection, because so much of the religious runover that we see, and the names and the angels, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? That we'll see within the Jewish school of thought. But yeah, Ahriman represents, I've always thought of Ahriman as representing that epoch of the past. And it basically, it strives to move away from individuation and individuality, and enslave human beings into a singular hive kind of a thing. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that as being different epoch ideas clashing with more modern futures?
I think a good example of this is like we have the Zoroastrian story of the Ark with a figure named Yima, later known as Yuma, and the Homa bird, later known as the Huma bird, which is the mystical bird. And basically, what happens in the story is that there's like a disaster, and they all have to go into the Ark to survive. And they're given this bird that's gonna, for one thing, teach them the mystical teachings of Ahura Mazda. And another thing, they're gonna release the bird to see if it's safe to leave the Ark. Now the catch is that in this story, there's no flood. In this story, they're going underground into an Ark to survive an extended winter. And this story predates the other Ark stories. So later in Mesopotamia, we have the story of Utnapishtim and then Ziasudra and Noah. And I feel like there's another character too that I might be missing there. That's also one of the figures chosen to take the ark during the flood myths. Now, of course, in those myths, they're in an ark to survive a disaster as well, and they are given or taking birds with them. Now, originally in the Mesopotamian story, there are 3 birds. We not only do we have the raven or crow and the dove, but we also have the swallow, I believe, or the sparrow, one of the two. I get those 2 birds mixed up sometimes. But basically, the situation was a little bit different. Like when the dove came back with the olive branch in its beak, they knew that it was safe to exit the ark. But initially, the story suggested that it was the bird that did not come back that suggested it was safe to leave the ark. Since the crow or raven didn't return to the ark, they knew that there was land upon which it went, and then was able to live somewhere else. So we see how things have shifted in each stage of the story. Like where we have the older meaning, it shifted to a newer meaning, and then the meanings become completely ridiculous through the game of telephone over time. I mean, maybe these doves were like, oh, we're gonna like build a nest. Like, are they really gonna fly all the way back to the land and then back to the ark to build a nest? Maybe they've wanted to be fed and they like the bird feed there better. I mean, who really knows? But like, it seems absurd that a bird is gonna carry an olive branch back to show them. It's like it's personifying a bird. It's like the bird's like trying to tell you by like, because it can't talk. It's not a parrot. Ravens can sometimes talk, I think. Maybe they're very intelligent, but a dove's not gonna be able to speak. But basically, like it's like showing people, it's like, look, I got an olive branch. You can go over there. There's a place you can land. So it's a bit absurd to me. But basically, also absurd is the idea of the flood being a worldwide flood that covered up all of the peaks of all the mountains all throughout the world. It's like, that sounds impossible. First of all, them to travel that vast of a distance to know that is absurd. Second of all, even for water to reach the highest peaks in their region would be such a vast amount of water that it's like inconceivable that that much water could exist. And where would it go afterwards? So it's basically been called into question. Like that seems completely absurd. But it's possible that maybe that water went into the crust and like found cavernous regions to like sink into the earth and filled holes like cavernous regions from volcanic tubes or various other things. Maybe it kind of like became saturated into the minerals in the earth. Like in underneath Georgia, I believe in Eastern Europe, they have a vast majority of water in the stone underground, but it's not like a body of water. It's like it's ringwood minerals or something mixed with some kind of stone. So basically, the stories that I came later seem to be fraudulent. The original story seems to be more believable and the more likely of a story. we do have evidence of a massive ice age situation that people could have endured through. We've found a place where they could have been living that was referred to as an ark, Derinkiyu, in Turkey, where they created a massive cavernous region underground of homes that were built by hewing the stone or whatnot. And they say that it could house up to 10,000 people. So the fact that the Caucasians all of a sudden emerged with pale skin around 8,000 years ago genetically also seems to line up with this story. If people were hidden from the sun for many years, maybe that could be enough for, maybe it was a whole generation of people or two. We don't really know exactly how long it lasted, but from the story, you get the implication that the individual Yima, who was the leader of the 2,000 chosen people to go into the ark, emerged from the ark, and so was still alive at the time when the surface became safe to exit the extended winter. So maybe this was only during the most frigid region of an ice age where there was like no way anybody could survive when it was so cold, but then things got warmer, but we're still cold for a long time. But maybe that there were places that were able to become habitable in certain regions. Or maybe what was going on was they were able to come back to the surface, but there was still no vegetation on the land. Maybe they learned to take alternative means of sustenance, where we developed the propensity to have famine foods as our main staples of our diet, and have been fallen ever since. Because people continue to drink milk, cow milk, and eat meat, even though these foods are terrible for our gut health and our liver. And it's been proven that drinking milk is not good for the body. It doesn't do a body good. It's actually been a lawsuit where they're not allowed to say that because it's been proven that milk doesn't do anything good for the body. Now, of course, they're probably referring to homogenized pasteurized milk as opposed to organic milk. But I believe that organic milk can do good things for the body. And there is colostrum in milk, which is definitely a good thing. But what they concluded from these studies during the lawsuit was that vitamin D in the milk is good for you and necessary. And most people have a deficiency. But the vitamin D in milk is not from milk. It's an additive that's added into the milk. So basically they're suggesting get your vitamin D from other places. Take a supplement of it or whatnot. And so the fact is that like a lot of things seem consistent with the fact that humankind lived underground in an ark for a long period of time, probably many years at least, maybe for many generations. But the older stories seem to have a deeper intuitive truth that are consistent with reality. Whereas these newer stories seem to become embellished or more confused over time. Not well thought through. You would think that people would think through the stories better now, contemplating the story, coming up with things to add to the story that make more sense. But I guess like people just get confused and change the story in ways they don't think about, misinterpret or mistranslate the stories in ways that they become nonsensical. So I feel like there could be an aspect of both. Maybe some things start to make more sense. Some things start to make less sense. I guess in general, more things stop making sense from these accounts that I'm using right here. But I don't know what you guys think. Is there another example that we could use of the older stories and the newer stories and comparing the two?
I'm really kind of lately questioning the utility of stories in general, just in the sense of the idea of kind of metaphysically placing one's entire ultimate reality on a single story. And to me, it's almost kind of like I feel like I'm kind of at a level that's sort of outside of that, in the sense that you start to see things more as sort of forming organically, and that a lot of these stories that we're talking about are just kind of like sort of like, I don't know, I wouldn't say metaphor is the right word, but um, it's like sort of like an expression of a sort of like a higher intelligence, but because it's this vast hyperdimensional thing, it's something that humans can't really describe easily, so they come up with these stories to kind of like help talk about the realities. I say it's not a metaphor because in a lot of ways they are describing real beings and real conscious entities that affect our universe. I just don't know how similar they are to, human beings and human nature. They might be a lot more, alien in their overall, composition. Because in a lot of ways, I think when it comes to coming up with new stories, you have to be able to get into the wild astral, as I call it, like the part of the dream realm that hasn't been touched by the human imagination yet, the part that hasn't been touched by the human mind. And if you learn to kind of go out beyond the sort of the edges of reality and into the outer Zarfaxes, you can kind of get sort of a sense of like what that is. And it's not necessarily to knock, stories. I think that there's, information in them, but I don't know, maybe I don't know if I really value them as being sort of literal descriptors of reality, because when you look at everything from a kind of a multidimensionalist perspective, it's kind of like all of the metaphysical stories sort of exist in the Zarfax that we exist in a lot of ways. Like it's just by the very act of people believing in something and like letting that become a part of their lives sort of brings those entities and that mythos into existence. But the way I kind of think of it, it's like, whatever is true in your Zerfax is what's true in your Zerfax, your universe, but it's not necessarily true universally within the Zarfax. So I kind of like think of it that way. So, I guess maybe my kind of follow-up question, and maybe this is kind of like an attack or maybe not, but I maybe have gotten to a point where I don't know the utility of stories when we're kind of getting things at a bigger picture, right? When we're starting to see things, because I think when it comes to ancient people, they didn't really have as much access to the world. So in a lot of ways, their mythos became their entire reality. If you're like, you think about like the idea, like the Noah's flood story you were talking about, because the reason they said it's worldwide is because the people writing that story couldn't envision a world that existed outside of them. To them, Judea and, the Dead Sea and that whole Israel area, for all intents and purpose, that was the entire world to those people. But now that we're kind of globalized and, we have the internet and every culture can interact with every other culture, we're kind of at a point where we are able to see all of the myths at once. We see all the worldviews, all of the stories. And I guess to me, it's kind of like, why are we so interested in individual books when I'm more interested in the library that the books are contained in, if that makes sense? So to me, I guess I'm thinking about in this perspective, I'm just trying to think about like now what are useful utilities of these myths and these stories and narratives. Because to me, I feel like the universe can't be told in one story. The universe can't be told in one narrative. And not to say that any of these stories aren't true, but to simply say that one story can't encompass and envelop the entire mystery of existence. It can only contain so much of it. So I guess that's kind of where I'm sort of like thinking in that line of inquiry.
You know what I would say if I were to look at that? I would say I would come from the perspective of like this, right? time is a loop, and we're in the time loop. And what we're seeing as our past could well be potentials in our future. And so this is, you know what the word narrative means? Okay, let's look at its cognates. Sanskrit. Do you want to know what the word for mortal human being is? Nara. Narrative. Nara is a mortal human being. This is like, wow, doing. So when we start looking at it from that perspective, what is the purpose of narrative? Narrative has got to do with mortality and endings of ages, beginnings of new ages. And I believe that in our ancient histories, these things have happened, and that might very well be our future. The ancient histories might be our futures. This is what I'm trying to say to you guys. Like, time is a loop. So we might be moving back towards our past. Time, I don't think we understand it as well as what we think we do. So by understanding the narratives of our ancestral stories, and if you listen to the stories, Cosmic, this is where it gets interesting, right? If we listen to the stories, then what we end up with is some really interesting stuff. So what they tell us in a lot of the older versions of the story, of the flood stories, is usually there's water coming up from the earth. I did a post on this a little while ago on, did I share it on... Did I share it on my channel? I think I did. I hope I shared it in my channel. There was a conversation I was having in the group. I don't know if you remember, Cosmic. And I shared some information about the different cultural stories, and I did a post. You guys should be able to come find it if you look. Is it here? It should be here somewhere. I'm sure you guys will find it. Just if you don't find it in what is that? The Luminaire. Oh, that's the first AI. But anyway, I do remember sharing it. And basically what it is all these flood stories, they converge. You know, there's the Chinese flood story, there's the European flood story, there's the American flood story, there's the, you know, Middle Eastern flood story, there's the Sanskrit flood story. And so the flood story is unanimous, universal, and everywhere they say that the whole world was covered. But here's where it gets interesting. In all of the stories, they specifically speak about the water coming up. They say that the water comes from two places. It comes from the sky and it comes from the ground. It comes up from outside of the earth. In the Sumerian story, they're really particular and specific about putting a lot of emphasis on how the water erupts from inside the earth. And the eruption from inside the earth is so great that it causes the rain. And you'll find the same in the Akkadian story. And all the other flood stories are very clear and concise. I think one of the flood stories doesn't explain that, and that's only because the tablets are damaged for that flood story, because they don't have the full narrative. I think that might be... which plates are those? Anyway, I forget. Could be the ones of the maybe it'll come to me later. Anyway, the bottom line is there's this unanimous story about the water coming out from the earth. So we don't think it's possible that a flood could cover the whole earth, right? Until what happens when we think about like this? Cosmic, you're aware that there's much more water in the earth than on the earth, right?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Like not just more, but much more.
Yeah, definitely. Just like more seawater, ocean water than land mass.
So all the water that's inside the earth, and I'm talking even under the mantle, right? Like we're talking under the mantle. We're talking not just talking groundwater. We're talking under the mantle. Like there's huge amounts of water. They reckon that underneath the mantle there's more than 3 times the water than on the entire earth. That's just under the mantle. And then above the mantle, there's a lot more water than in the sea. So when we look at the entire water infrastructure, imagine the earth could sweat 3 times as much water as is in the oceans. What do you think would happen to the sea level? Okay, let's look at it like this. What's the deepest sea level now? What's the average? Average sea depth. Now, this is going to be not necessarily spot on, but it's going to give us an... So the average sea depth is about 3,682 meters. Right. So what they believe is there's enough water in the earth. There's more than 5 times that amount of water, but possibly more. They don't know how much. They estimate at least numeral times. 5 times is the latest estimate. But many of the scientists say no, there must actually be much more than that. They don't even know how to count it, but there's much, much more. So imagine 2 or 3 times the amount of the water on top of the earth came out of the earth. Do you think that could raise... So double, do you think that double the amount of water on top of the water that's now, do you think that would raise the sea level by more than 4,000 meters? Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, I wouldn't know the math.
No, okay, but look at it like this. All the water on the earth is 3,682 meters, right? Imagine twice as much more water got dumped on top of that. Twice as much. We're not talking about doubling, we're talking about tripling that. So tripling that, we're not talking about tripling the height. We're talking about tripling the water mass and doubling the height. I don't know if that's an exact, but that is about what's being described. It's actually conceivable. And if double the water mass in the oceans came out of the earth, right? Then there would be volcanoes, there would be ashes, there would be geysers, there'd be all sorts of stuff going on, which is as it's described, right? Like things went crazy in the accounts that we have of the flood. So it is actually not inconceivable that the sea level rose by 4 kilometers. It's not impossible, right? But that would be maybe just a bit more than a third of the water inside the earth getting let out of the earth. Just a third would probably raise because that would be getting towards double the amount of water on the earth. And so double the amount of water added, then that means there would be 3 times as much water on the earth as what is on the earth now. And just the smaller bit of water that we've got on the earth right now is already giving us an average of 3,000. What is it? 3,682 meters. So I'm just putting it out there that the potential for an actual biblical flood that floods the whole earth is not actually scientifically not viable. So we have no reason to say that it didn't actually happen. We don't know. Because the whole narrative that the scientists say is there's not that much water on the earth. Okay, yeah, we got that. But they never speak about the water in the earth. And they don't actually read the actual myth that speak about water coming out of the earth. And so, there's an interesting idea. What would happen is that the water would be coming up, it would be raising up from the rivers, it would be raising up, and the oceans would raise up. The levels of the ocean would just get higher and higher. The weather would be crazy. It would just be heavy storms. The more water that's getting onto the earth, the more the atmosphere would take up the water, right? because that would just be a natural reality, because the water would be coming out of the earth. It would be warm, so it would be increasing and it would just create crazy weather cycles, crazy rain, which would have mudslides everywhere, right? Imagine rain for like 9 days continually, right? Or however many days it was, 7 days. It would just, there'd be like, if it's heavy rain and the water's coming out of the earth, everything would just turn to sludge and mud. There would be nowhere to hide. So maybe there was a big flood. And maybe the people in the Middle East, they built a bunker in the earth to escape the flood. And maybe the people in other places built boats and maybe there wasn't just one boat built, and maybe there wasn't just one bunker built. Maybe there were bunkers in North America, bunkers in South America, boats in different parts where they had the technology and the wood and the capability to build boats. They built boats where they had the capability and the topography to create safe bunkers. They created bunkers. And big portions of humanity tried to survive in bunkers or in boats. Doesn't that make sense? Isn't that what we would do if we thought that something big was changing on the earth? And our scientists said, listen, the water started coming up from the earth and we don't understand what's going on, but it's coming up at an unprecedented rate. And if it carries on like this, all the cities are going to be covered in water. And we don't know what this means, right? And Atlantis sinks and everything else sinks, so nobody knows what's going on, right? And everything gets covered by mud. And then a lot of the water goes back down into the earth, but not all of it. This is why we've got coastlines that are like 100 meters lower than what we are now. Nobody can quite explain this. Or they've used raising continents up and down and topographical shift. They've created these ridiculous equations and theories or hypotheses is a better word to describe it. But it could well just be that the water level is higher than what it was because not all the water impacted into the earth. Maybe there was also part of space that we went through where there was lots of space rain, water falling out of space. Why not? Water falling out of the sky. Maybe there was another planet that was destroyed and maybe there was raining water. Maybe the firmament was dropping water on our heads and the water was pushing up from the earth at the same time. And it just hit us from both directions. And it was just a ridiculous flood. So now here's where we get to the crux of it, cosmic. What would be the point of the narrative? Well, if ever we see water coming out of the earth at an unprecedented rate, what do you think we should do?
I don't know.
Start building bunkers and start building boats. Because I'm just saying, like, if it happened before, that before could be our future. Does that make sense? Like, who's to say that the past isn't in the future?
Yeah, I also heard there's also like the Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson idea about like the meteorite hitting and impacting the Younger Dryas, and saying that was like, the catalyst for the big flood that essentially happened. And in a lot of it in our history, if you look back in like ancient, like I was watching some videos on like ancient like pre history, like billions of years ago, there's been like plenty of like big massive floods. I think there was even one flood like billions of years ago where basically the ancient Mediterranean Sea was just like this barren desert wasteland, but because of the tectonic shift, like basically the water just flowed in and just basically like filled up this entire massive area, like almost like with like ridiculous levels of speed. And as for the whole tectonic plates like shifting thing, I think you're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, because to me, if we live on a planet where the earth is moving and shifting and taking on shape, that kind of adds more evidence that the earth is a living thing and that it's a life form and that it's not just some stationary rock. So in the same way that a human body grows and develops body parts, you're seeing that the earth is actually doing a similar thing. It's growing and shifting and sort of like figuring itself out and complexifying itself. So I see the dynamism of the earth and tectonic plates shifting and all that moving stuff as evidence that the earth is a kind of a living organism. Whereas if we were to say that it was just this like stationary rock that, you know, just like was there eternally, that would just actually lend more credence to this kind of like, oh, it's just a planet that isn't conscious, you know, materialism theory. So I think that's how I look at that whole tectonic plate shifting thing. It's like, you know, the planet itself is like growing and shifting and changing organically.
Yeah, that'd be probably the only way that the water would emerge from the earth. I can't imagine that there's some kind of mechanism that makes water come out of the earth on its own. But comets are made of water mostly, so if a comet were to plummet into earth, there would be a lot of extra water that can then later recede into the earth, which would raise the sea levels potentially.
Yeah, there could also just be like deposits of water that are sort of hidden underneath the earth, and then maybe the volcano, like the heat of the lava, causes the water to rise up out of the water into the atmosphere. So I can see that as being plausible too.
That makes sense. So it would kind of rise up as steam and then rain down. That makes a lot more sense. But I was thinking like water just gushing out of the earth. Why? But you do have like hot springs where it does come out. It's not
But
inconceivable.
I think it's both. I think, according to the stories, um, according to the Sumerian version, they speak about the hammered bracelet being broken. Yeah, and the hammered bracelet is the asteroid belt. So there was some kind of a astronomical effect. Remember, water is what is that quality of water? It's dielectric, isn't it? You know how water evaporates, right? How water goes up. What if something changed the temperature of the earth and caused a lot of water to come gushing up out of the earth? Here's an idea. What do you think a pole shift would do to one half of the planet? Do you think it would cook? Indy, do you think one half of the planet would cook?
Yeah, what happens during the pole shift is that half of the planet will cook because we had the Lachamps event 41,000 years ago. And what happens is the magnetosphere gets weakened by the dividing of the poles. So if the poles, both poles going in two directions, it weakens the magnetosphere. And then UV radiation can penetrate through the atmosphere. And they think that it killed the Neanderthals because they got exposed to too much UV radiation. But with all that UV radiation, probably will come a lot more heat. So it'll at least vaporize the water and make it more into steam and clouds. But things would get radiation poisoned. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. Like that would make it that debris out of the sky would fall to the earth, right? Because we wouldn't have a defense, our usual defenses, which prevents things from falling to the earth. So big, crazy things would be falling onto the earth. It would be creating volcanoes, eruptions, all sorts of crazy stuff on the earth. The sudden stopping of the movement, what would that do to the mantle? One half of the earth would go crazy. It would become a volcano, wouldn't it? Like be volcanoes popping out everywhere. And imagine how hot it would get. And you know what happens to water when it gets hot? It rises. So all the water would come rising out, right? And then it would, once all of that water's come out of the earth, I mean, you see where I'm coming from here? Like, who knows what kind of nonsense that could cause? It could cause huge tsunamis. Continents could be sinking, right? Causing tsunamis like thousands of feet high. Right? That could just like blast the. So I don't think a global flood is impossible. I think it's likely, probable, personally. And hey, namaste, D love you too, man. Thank you. And who else we got here? We got Lockheed's namaste, welcome. And Tom Roo's in the house still. And I hope I haven't missed you guys. Athena, namaste. How you doing? Hey, y'all. Hope you're good. Everybody else, if I haven't seen you, sending you love, blessings. So yeah, and I like that you bring out the other story, because the story about people going under the earth, this is a story that's we find in Americas with the Indians, right? The indigenous Indians. And there's stories here in Africa about people going under the earth to escape catastrophes, cataclysms as well. So there's stories in Africa, there's stories in Asia, there's stories in the Middle East, and then there's stories about boats. So if like the whole world was going to shit and everybody knew it, then those that could dig holes would dig holes, those that could make boats would make boats, right? Like people would be getting on with it, wouldn't they? Like when the sea levels, when they notice, like, okay, there's this thing coming at our planet. What is that thing? Like, what's up there? What if it hits us? And people would start doing the math, and they'd be like, okay, like this is gonna be a problem. Well, what are we gonna do when the sea gets angry and comes everywhere? So yeah, I think that it could be our future, and that it could be a warning for how to survive a cataclysm one day that is yet to come. And that cataclysm that we have to advise in our future is from our past. And we're traveling towards our past in the future. It would make perfect sense to me in a bizarre kind of way. So where haven't we gone? Soul contracts. We haven't gone to soul contracts yet, have we? What do you guys think about soul contracts?
Yeah, I don't buy the whole soul contract thing personally. I feel like the fact that she says you can change the soul contract at any time, I feel like people would have to know to negotiate these things later. It could just all of a sudden change. It's like, what's the point of a contract if it just changes on its own?
Who is she?
Where
Who do you
did the
mean?
whole idea of the soul contract come from? Are you talking about like Helena Blavatsky or whatever? Or I
No,
don't know.
Dolores Cannon, she did hypnosis, and she came to conclusions based on the stories of her hypnosis patients, where she did thousands of interviews. She came to realize there were common themes and started to develop an understanding based on the things that were revealed from hypnosis. So Dolores Cannon came up with exclusively the idea of soul contracts and suggested that we get reborn in our soul pod. Like there's a group of people that get reincarnated together that had past lives in the previous lifetimes, maybe in different relationships to each other, but the same individuals, maybe in different sequences. But basically, like, we decided to come back during this time to do this. And this was like our plan in the soul contract, because she suggested that we go to the higher realm or the heavens, and we get to choose where and when we want to be reincarnated, what we're going to do there, and like plan out our life before we're born. So we have this soul contract, like, all right, I'm going to be born, and like I'm going to endure this suffering in order to like gain humility, and then like that way I can like help reach other people in my life that maybe they didn't believe me last time, that I had understanding because I didn't endure the suffering they had. So I'm going to go through it with them, and then they're going to trust me because they know that I actually suffered and that I'm not just talking out of my wazoo or whatever. So like there's various things like this is like her assertion. I personally feel like we get born with propensities from our past lives, like maybe like instinctual fears. because studies about people with instinctual fears shows that our instinctual fears that we seem to get born with don't happen from life experiences in this life, and they're not from our family. So like people will just have these random fears. Their family doesn't have them. It could be from peers and gets passed down from peers, but it doesn't seem like that's the case either. Seems like people develop these instinctual fears, they never even met anybody that has those. So that seems to imply that those things come and they're carried from a past life. That's what I think to be the case. And so those things seem to develop your aversions and affinities to things. So like maybe you're scared of this, but you're drawn towards that. And it comes from like things that you carried with you from your karma or your past life or something like that. That makes sense. But as far as like establishing a contract, it's like, who would want to do that? It's like, dude, I want to opt out of this contract thing. Can I just skip that? Because like, who knows how it's really going to play out? It's like, there's this movie Bedazzled. I don't know if you guys ever seen that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Witches, and like the witch always has a catch because he's making deals with the devil. And so, what's that actress's name?
Elizabeth Hurley.
Elizabeth Hurley. She plays the devil. So
there's also a 1960s version with what's that one guy, not Roddy McDowell or whatever his name is. I think there's also a version of that as well.
Cool.
Older one. But as for the soul contract thing, it seems like it would be a valid concept if the person who has the soul contract knows they have a soul contract. Don't you think it's kind of legally odd that you have we have these soul contracts, but no one's aware they have a soul contract? I don't know. I feel like if I had some kind of contract that was spiritual and I was doing some kind of thing where I'm like, okay, I want to plan a certain life, I would probably want to know about that and not be like shown that was my plan at the last minute. I think for the way I look at, coming into this world, it's that, I look at it sort of like harmonic resonance. But the idea is that when you incarnate into this realm, it is kind of a gamble. You don't exactly know what you're going to get because this world is a dynamic system filled with beings that have free will. So in a lot of ways, and even like from what I hear from what the Fae tell me is that actually getting a physical incarnation in this realm is kind of difficult because you have to think about it. There have to be certain conditions that have to happen for someone to be born at a certain time, in a certain place, in a certain way. So it's kind of like you're sort of on a waiting list for a while before you can kind of like actually, sort of get in. So I think that in the waterways, I think it's possible that someone can arrange for a soul contract, but I think that soul contract should be arranged in this lifetime, but not in the previous lifetime. And then you come into here not aware that you have a said soul contract. So if these people are having these soul contracts, they're actually sort of making it right now because like Bush Whisperers says about how we can affect the past by thinking about it for your intentions. One could essentially project a contract into the past and then bind themselves within said contract. So I think that in a lot of ways that when it comes to soul contracts, I think the person who has the contract should be aware that they actually have it, because the idea that, oh, you have the soul contract and you're going to be held liable for what happens in that contract, even though you've been made to forget that you had a soul contract, that doesn't really seem like a morally fair deal to me. I don't know about you guys.
I'm with you both, guys. And like you, Indy, I don't agree with Delirious Cannon at all. I'm sorry, I don't agree with her. Um, I don't think she's like I believe that and no offense to anybody, me calling her Delirious Cannon, I just thought that was quite cute. She's shooting off like cannonballs, but where are they going? Like, did you aim? Did you just light this fuse and hope for the best? But I think I brought up onto the screen a minute ago, which I think is useful to look at. So the prefix con, which is the word contract, like let's understand what a contract is. So this is coming from the Proto-Indo-European language group, which is actually com, as in communicate. Okay, that's interesting. Dang, man. This I caught a mouse the other day, a baby mouse, and I took it down the road. I, I caught it. It caught itself. I just picked it up and took it down the road. I've got little baby mice in the house, and the dogs are hearing like this mouse running around. And so if you hear the dogs jumping, that's what they're doing. I've got to try and catch it and take it for a walk into the nature reserve. But so the word com, which is comms, communicate, and it means to be beside, near, with, together with. And that went from there to Proto-Italic to Latin, where it was come, right? And then became con in a compound prefix. And then it was borrowed by the French. And then such words as connect, convene, concentrate started to come into being. But it's all the same root, same word. So that's quite interesting. And attract. Attract is a tract of land, is like a sleuth. Right. So you've got this sleuth, this tract through which something can move. Right. You'd have a tract running through your different lands, and the water can run through the tracts and irrigate your lands, for example. So a contract then is a potential of energy that connects, brings two things together. And I think that that's exactly what we're talking about. I don't think that you go off and make a contract and sign a paper and like make an agreement. I think that with it goes like this. Every breath you take, every move you make, every breath you take, every move you make, something's watching you. And I think what's watching you is the earth. And that the earth is a living consciousness, and that the earth gives you energy, and the sun, the soul, right? The sun gives you all this energy. This is a being. How do we know that the sun is giving us this life energy for nothing? Here's an interesting concept, right? Like, where does the sun, because you don't just get something for nothing. Like it comes. Well, what is on the back? What is on the back burner? And it makes me think that the way that we use that energy that we've got links us to an outcome karmically. And so the choices that we make while we're alive create disturbances in the field of the life force. And those disturbances in the field of the life force can only be described. There's only one way to describe this, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on tight. Strap yourselves in, because here it comes. So, back to the Ida Pingala again. I know if it sounds redundant and boring, please forgive me. But it's easier this way. So, we were talking about the hormones earlier. And she only moans after you've deposited your penny, spent a penny. The hormones are moving through the Ida, and the Ida is downloading emotional content from the Sushumna. And that emotional content is reprogramming, as we discussed, the mitochondria, which are defining the potential and the utility of the central nervous system, the Pingala. Then how that central nervous system is aligned and used carries thoughts. The thoughts that we allow to be carried through the body imprint onto our body and onto our DNA. And in that process of imprinting, it uploads that information back to the universal. So the soul isn't the same before it was born as after it was born. It changes. This is like the idea that I'm postulating, which isn't my idea. It's universal occult concepts from various traditions. So the soul is growing, right? And as it uploads, you upload karmic energy and you download dharmic energy, right? And you're downloading this dharmic wisdom potential and uploading karmic. And depending on what you download and what you upload, you change that soul in the future. And based upon how you've changed that soul in the future, right? That consciousness then can only take form, like you were saying earlier, Cosmic, right? The form of the vessel has to be exactly proportional and in resonance and in alignment with that which fills the vessel, as an idea. So if you change what's inside going to fill the vessel will have to be a different vessel for that what's inside to take form. And so when you change the vessel in the future, that vessel changing to meet the new form that the soul consciousness is bringing back into form at another point in another cycle of life. That karmic residue that you're carrying is from the Ida uploading its information back onto the soul. So the soul comes, it gives you all this wonderful potential, you use it, you either upload good dharmic points or you upload bad karmic points. And if it's positive dharmic points, the soul is growing and evolving and it gets a better potential. If you're uploading like bad karmic points, the soul starts to go backwards and devolve, and the vehicle that you get will be relevant and relative to that. And that vehicle will then have propensities towards such and such a limitation. And that limitation would limit the kind of hormones that can flow through the system, because that new soul will be in attachment with particular emotional states. So basically, how we live our lives now defines the future. The contract is right here, right now, and we are signing that contract with our actions and our thoughts. And as we change who we are, our fundamental spirit uploads that for the better or for the worse. Otherwise, think about it. Otherwise, nothing would matter. What do you guys think about that as a concept? An evolving soul.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like the soul does evolve, and like we can choose to step out of conformity and work our way into like spiritual development for our soul to do a spiritual awakening. And the spiritual awakening is not really a happy go lucky fun time. So it requires the willingness to go through challenging pursuit of mastery, in which you go through what they call the dark night of the soul. And so for people to want to go through this, it usually requires like hitting rock bottom in your life where you're ready to change everything into a major upheaval of like your entire worldview that's going to shift into like completely different beliefs and understandings. And you're going to throw out like mostly everything that you took for granted and learned and have as your foundation for your understanding. So I think for people to like try to jump into this when it's not the right time, I think oftentimes they'll pull back because they're going to realize that it's going to require major sacrifice of your things that you take for granted. You're going to have to see things very differently than you do. And it's going to be disrupting. It can draw you away from your social environment, your family for a time through the dark night of the soul. You have a lot of solitude to work on developing your new understanding in your higher self. But in the end, it's really worth it, and it pays off, and the new self becomes better than the other self would ever have been. So I think if it were something where people were able to see others come out the other side of the dark night of the soul, they would be more appealing to go into this. But for those who just see the outset from the beginning and realize that it's going to be very daunting, it could be discouraging to want to go through that. But I feel like like Franklin mentioned this earlier, when we do this and we go through self-mastery, it can influence your past and maybe future lives, which can alter the timeline that you're in and shift your entire reality. So like sometimes people get a glimpse of how things used to be, but sometimes they don't. And so if you work on self-mastery and it shifts the timeline and things become different, you might just be like have an inkling of like confusion, like, wait, this isn't right, is it? But you might not remember what is right. But some people seem to have an inkling of understanding of like how things really were. And like, wait, wasn't there like a nuclear holocaust? I thought that Nelson Mandela died and like stuff like that. And then people are like, no. And if you look up the history, it's like, that never happened. And it's like, well, why do I have a memory of it having happened? And so you might like think you're a little bit crazy when you experience these kind of quantum leaping like symptoms and side effects, because you might start to wonder, it's like, am I losing it? Or like, did I like watch a movie or have a dream and I thought that was part of the world and reality, and I'm like mixing fiction or dreams with like the true events that happen into the real world? And which sometimes those things do happen, which they say that's why we usually forget our dream if we don't recall the dream and tell someone or talk it over to ourselves or write it down. Usually it becomes more hazy over time and you eventually lose track of what the dream was, because your mind tries to not have the dream blend with your worldview of what is real and what happened in the world outside of you. So usually when you write it down or tell someone, you're familiar with the fact that, okay, that was a story that I told someone about a dream, or I wrote that down in my dream journal, so it must have been a dream. So that way it doesn't just automatically get mixed in with your understanding of like historical events and stuff. But sometimes people do mix those things up, and that's been known to happen. So it's interesting. But I feel like there's more to the question about the soul and how it can shift, but I might not have gotten the full answer.
It's a tricky question for me in particular, because I can agree with the idea that like through experiences and time, the soul seems to evolve and change and shift and grow, and that the Fae seem to purport that. But there also seems to be an aspect of the self that seems to be outside of time. There's an aspect of the personality that ultimately transcends linear time. And I think an exercise that I think is interesting is that, when you spend time reminiscing about your childhood, particularly like your early childhood, like I think I remember maybe like years ago, I was watching like home movies of myself when I was maybe like, 5 or 6 years old, and just kind of like looking at my mannerisms and just kind of how I acted. I was surprised not how different I was, but how I still pretty much acted the same as I did back then. And you start to realize there's some aspects of yourself that are kind of not contingent upon time. They seem to transcend that because there's something that always seems to exist within you when you're both young, middle-aged, and old, rather than something that's just kind of like a passing, fad. So when I put in that understanding of the self and the evolution, it's kind of complicated because it's kind of like, well, which is doing, sort of which. But I think that that's kind of important too, because that kind of ties into the whole free will thing. Because, if the sense of self is sort of deterministically sort of bound by evolution, then it might suggest that we don't have free will. But if there's an aspect of ourself and our personality that transcends linear time, that transcends that flow, then I think that would suggest an aspect of having free will, in the sense that there is this, you're not making your decisions based solely on the flow of linear time. You're also basing your decisions on this kind of timeless inner imaginal sort of reasoning within yourself and the world around you. So I don't know. I kind of feel like I could go either way on that question.
Yeah, so that's I think like the whole thing about being alive is a contract. I think life is a contract. That's what I think. And I think that being alive is contracting. And we're busy like now deciding the nature of that contract. And I think how we've lived our life will define what we become. And whatever we become will define what follows, wherever, however, whatever follows. So whatever comes will be dictated by that, as well as there'll be a synchronicity running through time, connecting future to past. And because of the synchronicity of future and past being connected, the present has no choice but to converge with both the past and the present, and the future. So I think like, and that potential is always there. If you think about like doctrines of spirituality, isn't forgiveness always like an option? Like in most spiritual, and I'm not talking religions, I'm talking about particular beings that have had like high levels of consciousness that have taught, not what their followers have done with their teachings. Like, just like, if you look at teachings of, like, you look at the Gita, you look at the ideas of redemption, you look at the Muslim ideas of redemption, you look at, you know, um, how you can um, aggregate karma, or how you can aggregate moksha in Vedic cosmology, right? Or how in you can reach into samadhi, and that can purify your body, of your spiritual body. And so I think like the spiritual body is like holding on to a lot of residue, and that residue in the spiritual body has got to be worked off one way or another. And that residue is based upon our desires, because our desires are what lock us into this physical world. Without desire, I don't think we could survive. Yeah, I don't think we could be. Maybe we wouldn't have the desire to breathe. So desire seems to lock us in. Desire locks us into what we want. Desire makes us become a slave to the things we think we want. And once we're a slave to the things that we think we want, then we become locked in to a contract. And that contract then becomes autopilot. So this, why do we as humans act out autopilot? And we all do it, right? You guys both catch yourselves doing autopilot sometimes, right? Where you're just doing something and you're not thinking, hey, this is autopilot. Excuse me? Did you can I see your documents? Do you have the correct? Oh, sorry, red tape. You don't have the documents. Autopilot. You must go to the back of the bus. You're not allowed to drive the bus. I'm sure you guys do the same thing with your autopilot, right? You remove them from the driver's seat. Check they don't have a license. Sit at the back of the bus. We'll drop you off on the next block. And it's the only way to deal with an autopilot, right? So, but we're all susceptible to autopilot, and we've got to ask ourselves, what is this autopilot, and why are we susceptible to this autopilot? Why is it that we become so ingrained on a pattern and get lost in the rhythm of that pattern without thinking about the consequences of the choices that have led to that pattern? And that pattern could be, like muscle memory, G-Love, exactly, is one fundamental element of that phenomenon. And we get stuck in it. And I think that is the contract. The moment we allow ourselves to get stuck in a pattern, we're contracting a disease. You see, we're looking at the word contract in I think we're looking at it the wrong way. Like, I think we need to look at it like a disease, right? We're thinking of it like, oh, it's a mutually binding agreement. No, let's think of a soul contract as what is the soul contracting. And when we look at what a soul contract is in terms of what the soul's contracting, did it get this disease or that disease or whatever disease? The disease is the contract, and that's what's contracted. And then we've got to work that disease out of the system. And that disease could be an addiction to money, an addiction to fame, an addiction to sex, an addiction to notoriety, an addiction to knowledge. It could be an addiction to pain, right? Like, there's some pretty morose, negative, depressive cycles people can stuck in where they get addicted to the unhappiness, and when you try and lift them out of the unhappiness and show them like a joy, they get angry with you, like, leave me in my, how dare you come and disturb my depression, you know? So I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Like, do you guys think that autopilot phenomenon is just something that happens, or do you think that's directly connected to this proverbial contraction of the disease? Dis-ease.
I also think of it like a train track, like you're get on a linear track that you can't get off. Because once you're on a train can't really get off of a train track. It has to sort of go along the sort of the rails or whatever. So I kind of think of it more like in terms of that.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing. Like, people get drawn into like a way, and they just want to see it through, and they like identify with this lifestyle or this path that they're on. And so for them to break away from it, it kind of can become like a toxic comfort zone sometimes. For people, it's easier to stay in line with like what's familiar than to try to do something different or new that usually would maybe entail doing things that people are used to you saying that you're not involved in. And so then they would start to question whether they can trust you potentially and be like, oh, wait, I thought that you were with us. And then you see a lot of this with like various groups that are like very judgmental and shaming of people that like do things differently. Like, for example, fundamental Christians. I met one today at the farmer's market that said like, oh, you participate in yoga. Oh, that's the devil's work. Like, you have like terrible like demonic entities that are like latching onto you and like influencing you in bad ways. Like, you're afflicted with like demonic spirits because you think that yoga is good. And I'm like, really? So stretching is completely out then. If you're a Christian, you can't stretch before a jog, I guess. That's the devil's work, right? It's like,
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Christianity is a very rigid ideology. Why would you want to be stretchy and flexible if you want to maintain rigidity?
that's true. They got to stay rigid, got to stay stiff, got to be a knucklehead. Like, why? It just seems absurd to me. It's like, okay, so fear conditioning much? So you're too scared to be different than what they said you have to be, and you're a really good sheeple. And that carrot on the string is really going to get closer someday. I hope so.
You know, I think when it comes to people who identify with like suffering and darkness and depression, because I think the reason people do that is because it sort of justifies a victimhood narrative. And that if everything is this world that is like imposing upon you, then there's no you to really take responsibility. That's why the victimhood narrative is so attractive to people, because it basically gives permission to not take responsibility and expect everybody else to essentially fix your problems for you. And it's kind of a difficult sort of cycle to get out of, because on the one hand, the depression kind of like makes you feel like you can't do it. And then on the other hand, you kind of like defend the depression, because then your sense of identity, because then you feel humiliated when people tell you, to try harder because you're down on yourself. But I think, in a lot of ways, that's kind of like part of like what it is people not wanting to take responsibility for their life and their situation. And it's very easy to simply just kind of like blame the problem on something else. See, that to me is the real aspect of what Satanism is, and the whole, goat symbolism and the idea of the sacrificial goat and the scapegoat. It's so much, what I mean? Like you're worshiping the thing that you hate and using that as sort of your transcendence as a way to avoid moral responsibility. So instead of blaming yourself, you blame some sort of external entity. But the problem, and the sad part about that is that it's a lot of ways, it's like, because they don't want to take responsibility, they end up just kind of creating a worse hell for themselves. And it's like they're oppressing themselves because they don't want to take the responsibility to, like, change and move forward, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's when people say that they want that position, or they realize that if they're a victim, they can use that to manipulate people and get leverage on them and use false sympathy to kind of like, trick them emotionally and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I think people who are like truly like, in the spiritual now, they recognize, depression kind of sucks, rather than like spending too much time kind of like indulging and like romanticizing. Like I can never like understand like people who like only listen to like super depressing music. Like I can understand listening to a sad song every now and again when you just need catharsis and you need to cry and you're like in a bad mood and you want to kind of feel less alone in your pain. But I think there's some people that over romanticize and overindulge in that sadness because it kind of makes them feel special, like they're part of this like Shakespearean tragedy, and everybody is like, look how amazingly, but in a lot of ways, the sad part about that is you just get stuck in just real genuine sadness. And just having that meta awareness and realizing you can kind of shift your perspective. But maybe people, it's also that they're kind of embarrassed to realize that they can do that. Wait, really? It's that easy to just change my parents? Man, I feel stupid, So there's a lot of psychological and emotional motivations as to why people, latch on to depression and darkness, mainly because in some ways that depression and darkness reifies and gives strength to their ego in one other unrelated aspect.
Yeah, and I also met an old friend from the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall. She brought me in there to become a Jehovah's Witness. And there are certain things that they talk about that I really appeal to. Like they were saying, the government is the devil. I was like, yeah, that's what's up. I'm with you. That's what's up. That's what's going on to me. But that kind of reverts to like the fact that I might have problems with authority that go back to issues that I have with my parents, being overly strict and stuff. So that's the first authority. But I was speaking to her and I'm like, yeah, Judaism is a henotheistic religion. It's not monotheistic. They acknowledge that there's many gods, which also applies to Christianity. If God can be jealous, this means that there are other gods to be jealous of. And she was like, no, but those aren't Christian gods. Those are the gods of other people that are confused, that worship things that aren't a god. I said, well, there was King Solomon that worshipped other gods, that had 700 wives that were not Jewish, and chose to worship these other pagan gods. And they're like, but they weren't Jewish gods. I'm like, well, yeah, but a Jewish man worshipped them. And she's like, well, he was excommunicated. So I'm like, all right, what about this? Asherah was the wife of God, and the people had made idols of her and statues. And they had, in the Bible, they mention in Kings 2 how they had to eradicate all these different idols and things of the previous gods that the Jewish people themselves chose to worship. And she was like, oh, those were the Canaanites. not the Jewish people. So I'm like, no. Well, how about Baal and Molech? And she's like, those were the Canaanites. I'm like, okay, you're not gonna understand this truth that you're in such denial of. But the truth is that there are other gods like El Shaddai and Olam and El Elyon, and all those names were changed by Isaiah around 600 BC. And the Jewish people did worship them, and their names were changed. And she was like, no, that's not true. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then she had to go. But like a lot of these people, they don't even understand where the truth is. They're not even close to it. They'll talk about hell and be like, yeah, hell's in the Bible. I'm like, really? It's actually not. It's not in the Torah or the Bible or the Quran. But it is in the New Mormon Bible that was made from Joseph Smith from the Copper Scrolls. And he added that in, but that was from modern times. After hell was kind of already brought in after 426 AD, when the Roman Empire was defeated by the Visigoths who crossed the Danube River. And during that time, they tried to like convert a lot of these Norse people and people from different cultures by integrating their understanding, like Helheim of Helen, the daughter of Odin, became where they got the idea of hell. It's not even from the biblical scriptures or the ancient times. It comes from the ancient times of the Norse people, which is a different system. And the devil is not even a figure in the Bible. There's Satan, which is Hasatan, the Jewish concept of the inner adversary. There's Lucifer, who the Jewish and Islam people actually worship as the messenger of God on the earthly plane. And is identified with the morning star, which Jesus also identifies with. And so, like, the idea that there's a devil in hell, there's no hell. There's no, like, eternal damnation, I don't even think is a thing. They're so certain that this is how things operate. They've had this fear conditioning shoved down their throats with these. I say that these are like the churches of the lake of fire, because the lake of fire is in the Bible. And it's, called Gehenna. It's a place in Jerusalem where it's like a trash fire. They bring the trash to burn. And Jesus said, like, your soul, basically paraphrasing, is like a dumpster fire if you continue in transgressive ways and don't repent and change your ways to become a better person. So, that's good wisdom. Use that wisdom. The idea of a God being a righteous God that wants to offer forgiveness to people, then making people tortured for eternity in a fiery hell, that doesn't sound like a very good God.
Well, I think the problem is assuming these people came to these beliefs based on logic and looking at the Bible and coming to a reasonable conclusion, rather than actually just looking at the Bible, getting an emotional response, saying that's the conclusion, and then using facts and logic to work their way backwards. Because to me, that's really kind of the hallmark of any kind of delusional thought, is assuming the conclusion before you even say anything. And you can think of this sort of like in the structure of the dialectic, wherein there's like, I think Hegel has this so it's basically, think of like a triangle, right? And there's sort of like, there's the thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So the idea is the thesis, you have some kind of claim. The antithesis, there's the what disproves that claim. And then the synthesis basically kind of like resolves the contradiction. And so the idea is, in synthesis, Hegel had this German word called Aufheben, which basically means to keep and to destroy. So the idea is, if you take some kind of concept, you have some kind of thesis, the idea is you can resolve it with its contradiction without losing the initial thesis. So the idea is that even if somebody throws a contradiction or a claim, the dialectical synthesis prevents the person from ever accepting that claim is wrong, so they can always throw in a different answer. And I'm going to kind of like put another example of this. I'm going to relate this actually to atheist materialism and them to skeptically debunking paranormal claims that they're actually using this dialectical structure. So let's take one of Rupert Sheldrake's telepathy tests as an example for this, right? So the idea is, in telepathone test, he would have a person, and they would be called by one of 4 close friends or family members at random, and they were basically to pick up the phone, and before the person say anything, they guess who is on the phone. Is Todd on the phone? Is Mary on the phone? And the idea is, within random chance, they would be right, 25% of the time. But within the experiment, it was more like 30 to 35%. There was a significant, change in that. So with that data would suggest something that is beyond random chance, something beyond material conditions. But because the dialectic of materialism is that materialism can never be wrong. And so when you think about it dialectically, instead of having that spot at the synthesis being the question mark of I don't know what the answer is, the idea is, well, materialism has to always be right. But then there's this contradictory data that we have to deal with. How do we resolve this contradiction in a way that keeps materialism still afloat? And so they'll come up with some convoluted explanation of, there's statistical errors. And, if you do this in a specific way, they'll come up with some convoluted explanation that doesn't actually have any evidence behind it. But because people think of this dialectic as being the scientific method, and it maps out in a very similar way, it's very easy to confuse people with this. And people don't realize that materialism, in a sense, is actually completely irrational, but they don't think it's irrational because in a lot of ways it mirrors, science in the same way that, an Amanita muscaria mushroom looks very similar to an Amanita pantherium mushroom. Very similar species, but if you're not like a mushroom hunter, you're not going to be able to identify and notice the difference. And that's kind of the same thing here. So to kind of bring it back to the point to these Christians, I think it's kind of the same kind of logical structure is basically ruled. So they're basically, my God is the only God. So if Indy Sage presents me with contrary evidence, I have to resolve the contradiction with a convoluted explanation to maintain the worldview that I am presented with. Because a lot of people, they believe in things because, they have some kind of emotional investment in believing in something. You're a Christian, you want to go to heaven. You're an atheist, you think God is evil and you don't want him to exist. And I think everybody is guilty of this. I'm guilty of this myself. And I think simply being self-aware of that, I think, can really give you a different perspective on life. Like even like with me, like I'm aware that I have a certain bias towards what I believe and, what I want to be true. But a lot of people don't think like that. They just think, oh, I'm just following the truth and I'm just being truthful, not really being aware that their emotions are actually the thing that's driving the engine forward. And they think it's the other way around because they're essentially doing the scientific method, but doing it backwards instead of forwards. So the way I think of this dialectic, instead of materialism being at the top, I just put a question mark there because that to me is what science should truly be. That if you have a scientific experiment and you are trying to discover something, you shouldn't have some kind of preconceived conclusion. If you're just going into a scientific experiment, but you're going to assume that the conclusion is going to be materialist no matter what, and if the conclusion isn't materialist, you're going to come up with some kind of convoluted explanation to trick yourself into thinking it's materialist, then that to me is not really science. I always view that true science is not atheistic, it's agnostic. It opens itself up to all kinds of possibilities, So I think that when it comes to how when people think and how people perceive their worldview, you have to kind of realize that a lot of people don't take into account how their emotions kind of basically reflect and inform their worldview when they think, oh, I'm just, doing my intellect. Well, I think in a lot of ways to really be scientific, you got to kind of be willing to, take the fear of, possibly being wrong and possibly, being disproven. But I think most people don't want to do that. Even the skeptics who claim that they do that, So I think being aware of that kind of animal motivation behind what people believes can kind of help you stay 2 steps ahead of some of their deception.
I think there's I think there's a lot in what you're saying that's quite relevant, and that repression, it often has a lot to do with fear. I think because people fear the unknown. and they're afraid of not knowing, so they feel safer with a lie than with the truth, which is they don't know. I think the truth is we don't know. I wanted to ask you a question earlier, Indy, and I just want to sit down for this. I want to digest this, right? So you went to you hold on, I'm just gonna wrap my head around this. You went to a session with Jehovah Witnesses. This was recently. Wow, tell us more about
I
that,
went to
dude.
more than a
That was
session. I was
brave, dude. That's
regularly
brave. It's,
attending with them for like months, and they're like, we're going to assign this gentleman to you to come to your house and to
oof.
like do a Bible study with you. I was like, oh, I love Bible studies. Send him in. So he comes in the house and he's like, there's other books here besides the Bible. I'm like, yeah, of course. I love to read. You know, I'm a student. I'm like an intellectual. He's like, well, in order to work with us, you have to take every one of these books and donate them to the library. I'm like, well, goodbye. It's been nice knowing you guys. You can have a great life. I'm not going to be involved in this anymore. That's absurd to me. And they basically make it for every one of their people in their church that they are not allowed to have any book
You you
the
should
Bible
have gone back there
at all.
and forced them to make you leave.
They want me back. They're trying to bring me back again. They're like, oh,
But you're
come
not getting rid of your books.
I'm not giving my books though. No.
You go back there. No, I mean that's some brave shit, dude. You're like going into the lion's den, dude. Like
Yeah.
it's like wandering into the lion's den, like
They're like, the government's the devil and we're the chosen people and like we're gonna be in like the green pastures when it's the end times. I was like, take me with you. That sounds good. Let's take the government out of the picture. Let's start building a new society in the mountains. They all have money. Everybody's wearing these fancy suits and they got these nice cars. I'm like, y'all are doing well. Like, oof, I could do well to be with y'all. And nah, I didn't want to subject myself to their slavery, slave mindedness.
so they stopped coming to you.
Yeah,
You
but I
you
told the
they
lady,
saw your books and they ran away.
I told her, I was like, I still use the app. The Jehovah's Witness app allows you to look at all biblical passages with like 5 different translations at the same time. So you can be like, oh, what's the ancient Greek version of this? Oh, what was the New International Version? Oh, what's the King James Version? Oh my God, look at the differences. So you can look at the whole Bible at all the different translations simultaneously. So I love their app. I use the app, you know, but
That's pretty cool.
yeah.
But they don't normally let you go. Once they got hold of you, they're like, we got you now. Your house.
Yeah, they try to keep you in the
We're not
fold.
letting you go.
I'm surprised they didn't try to bribe me. Like, if you stay with us, we'll give you like $1,000 a month or something. I'd be like, I'm gonna hide my books in storage.
But that's what they're gonna do is the second that you start to question, you say, "Hey, you guys are doing something wrong." They'll be like, "What? We gave you $1,000. Why are you so ungrateful?" You know, they'll use that as leverage to make you feel
They
guilty
would.
later.
They totally could too, and they know people would appeal to that. So I'm surprised they didn't use that approach. But I recently started going to another Bible study. This guy gave me a ride the other day, and he had this big wooden cross on his neck and a Bible in his front seat. And I was like, wow, do you know any Bible studies? Because I'm like trying to go to some. Because, like, you know, this is the Bible Belt that I live in, and people know the Bible like verse by verse, like off the top of their head out here. I'm like, dude, let me get some wisdom. Like, I want to get some pearls of wisdom. I don't really have faith in your whole belief system, but I do like the teachings of Jesus and stuff. So, like, bring it in. Like, what do you got for me? And he's like, yeah, we have a Bible study. It's at the newspaper office. I'm like, the newspaper office? What? Why? Why don't you go to church? Okay. So I go, and then I get in there, and I was like, I think I was like 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late or something. But they were still going around the room introducing each other. So I feel like it was like the first meeting or something. But the guys seemed to have been going there. So I don't know, maybe it was just new people and everybody was introducing each other again. So I missed my point in the line. They had to come back to me and I introduced myself. But when I heard them start their Bible study, I was blown away. They were talking about, they're like, in this story of when Jesus went to break bread and make food out of nothing for the Gentiles on the other side of the Sea of Galilee, then there was like 7 baskets that they collected, and he offered like 7 like loaves of bread or something. And I was like, what? I didn't know there was like another story, but the people had such deep insights. They're like, oh yeah, but like when he was tempted in the desert by the devil, he said this. And they were like, Nicodemus later said that we, the Pharisees, know that you're from God. But in the passage that we were reading, they were saying, like, you can't be from God. Why would you be giving food to the Gentiles? You're obviously not with our God. So they knew things so well. I was like, oh man, I gotta start coming back to this. I'm taking notes. I'm like, dude, you guys know this one passage. You're just thinking of other stuff in the rest of the Bible that pertains to this. I'm like, dude, you guys are inspirational to me. I could tell like they've been working on this their whole lives. They know the Bible better than anybody I've ever seen. This is like an advanced Bible study. Once I've gone to before, people are just as confused as me. Like this could mean that or another thing. They know what it's supposed to mean. And I'm like, dude, you guys have like an innate understanding of this wisdom. This is incredible. And when I told them that, they were like, oh, you always learn more. You can't know the whole thing. It's all, we learn little in stages, like small amounts of wisdom for the time that we're in the place that we're at in life and all this stuff. I was like, wow, that's wise to see things that way. It's like the way I see the Tao Te Ching. Like you can read it for the rest of your life and see it in a new way every time. It's like a river's never the same because it's always changing. So I was really inspired by them. It was really good. At one point, though, they were saying, in the Bible, they say, be kind to people because there could be angels that you entertain unknowingly. And they were like, yeah. And like, maybe one of them could be Jesus. And they're like, yeah, but Jesus might not be coming back. And then my buddy that gave me the ride, he was like, well, there could be Jesus sitting amongst us right now. This guy back here. And he pointed at me. And I was like, me? No, because I brought food and I put it on the table and they were all very impressed. They're like, wow. And we were reading about a passage where he brought food to the Gentiles. And I was like, thinking here.
Yeah, I have a kind of random tangent, but I'm going to kind of bring it back to exactly what you're talking about, Indy. I'm thinking about, you probably remember Gumby, the claymation cartoon show,
Yeah.
and I remember there was a part in that show where they would go to this like space and there were these giant like books like around, and the Gumby and his friends, they would jump inside of the book and they would literally go into that world. Like I remember they would go into this one book with there was like a barn and they would like play like practiced in their rock band or something like that. Well, if you think about what the Bible essentially represents, it's an entire history of the metaphysical universe from the beginning of its creation to its end and its destruction. And so you think about all the stories that happen in the Bible, but then there's kind of that in between section between the apocalypse or the book of Revelations. And so if you think about it from that perspective, everybody who reads the Bible is essentially, if the Bible is a telling of the universe and all the things that happen in it, then in a sense, everyone is technically a character in the Bible. So the very act of you reading the book and identifying with it, you become a character in that story. So in the same way, Gumby jumps into a book and enters that world and becomes part of that universe, reading the Bible is kind of like that. When you read the Bible, you enter that biblical universe like a character entering a fantasy world. And then that world becomes sort of real around you. That's kind of what a theme in Zarfaxology and the Zerphites, that in a lot of ways, when whatever you believe, regardless of whether it's fake or not, you experience that reality as if it's real. So like I'm thinking, like we were talking earlier about people who, don't believe in free will, for example. Well, if you think about it, if you don't believe in free will, and you seriously don't believe in free will, then your behavior, your actions, how you carry yourself is going to resemble someone as if they didn't have free will. So in the sense, the very act of you not believing in free will makes you not have free will in that particular state of consciousness, because that's how you've defined your experience in that moment. And then that becomes the Zerfax of your experience. So I think what's interesting about the Bible is look at the Bible as like its own kind of dream realm, essentially, and that the book is a portal to that world, and you can enter it and exit it. And for a lot of people, they're stuck in that dream world. They don't even realize that there's a way out. And the problem is the edges of that dream world are usually, the hell realms, and it's like Satan and demons. So in a lot of ways, like I think of like a big bubble. And inside that bubble, there's like a big, happy, like green field and a bunch of churches and people walking around. But then on the outer edge of that bubble are a bunch of like flames and demons and stuff. So everybody's staying in the center, but out on the other edge of that bubble is the hell. So they stay within that belief system. But then you kind of realize you take like a doorway and you step outside of that bubble and you can look at it from the outside and you realize that that hell is simply just kind of like a wall or like a perimeter fence to keep people from escaping the prison cell, essentially. So in a lot of ways, you can look at books, and if you believe in that book and you believe it's real, you essentially get dimensionally transported into that reality. And that's kind of like the fourth dimensional aspect. So you may not be in that Bible reality, but somebody who believes in it is in that Bible reality. And the idea is you can kind of like that every belief system exists in a different Zerfax space.
That's interesting, and I think there's a lot to that. And I think like the books are like carefully written spells, and that those spells are sort of designed to transport you somewhere. What language is the word book mean ghost? I can't remember.
I know in Hebrew the word for tablet is sephir, which means sapphire,
Okay.
but doesn't really pertain to ghost. But I know alcohol comes from the word Islamic word, I believe, of al-ghul, which means ghoul or spirit, dark spirits, demons. But that doesn't
Oh, not
pertain.
book. Sorry.
It starts
Book
with
means
starts
the
with boo.
hungry. The book is the hungry feeling needing food. Um, um, what language is that? It's got to do with the hunger because the ghost is supposed to be hungry,
Probably
right?
Buddhist, maybe, because Buddhists
Um,
talk about the hungry ghosts.
yeah. I'm trying. I didn't think it was China.
No, but
Urdu,
Buddhism is in other Asian countries.
Urdu, Urdu. Bootlegger, hoga. Bootlegger. Hungry. Um, and the word for ghost is very similar to that. I think it's boot. Is it boot? Um, Urdu ghost is boot. Is it? Ru. Urdu. Yeah, boot. Boot. So boot. So you got the boot and the book. And the book is the endless hunger. So that's quite like an interesting concept. Like it's almost implies an addiction, doesn't it? That you can get addicted to the flow of words and want more information, more knowledge, and like it's a hunger that you just can't quite set yet. I suppose that's a very interesting idea. The world of belief. But yeah, I think we've pretty much gone through most of the things. I just wanted to show you guys one interesting little picture here. Little pictures hanging on the wall. Little pictures hanging in their coverall. So where are we now? Oh, Gosh. See, it's probably a good place to take it and look at it. And I just thought to put into perspective here these three aspects that we were talking about earlier. The Fool. I think the Fool is a really good archetype as it relates to this process of balance, right? On the one hand, you've got judgment, and on the other hand, you've got the hanged man. The hanged man is the victim, right? That is sensation, sensing what is coming to you. Judgment is deciding what to do about it. But the fool is sitting between these two, right? Is poised in a state of balance between judgment and being the hanged man, being the victim to the circumstances, which is, I think, if we were going to look for a symbol that relates quite well to the idea that we're putting out here in terms of the seat of the soul, or the seat of the soul, I think the fool would be that seat of that soul. And I think it makes a lot of sense for us to sort of keep that narrative open, because we'll be able to get a good sort of sense of, if you look at this central 9-sided star, which consists of the 3 triangles, which are aspects of the enneagram coming into being, not the enneagram itself, but relationships between different elements. I think those 3 triangles represent quite well and quite powerfully the Ida, the Mingala, and the Shushumna, as well as the seat of the soul, which is that, you see, the fool, that yellow triangle that we're looking at, also represents the element of air, also represents prana. And prana is the life force. And the life force is, prana is coming out of the sun. And so the sun is the key. The sun is the key to being here and being in the physical body, to being physically alive. That's the Pingala manifesting out the physical body as a result of the sun. So it's quite interesting to keep that in perspective, and to recognize that the Hanged Man tarot card and the card of the Final Judgment. The Final Judgment is the second last card. Yeah, it's the second last in the run. So it's number 20. Yeah, and the Hanged Man is the is it the 11th of the major arcana? Is it the 12th? Cuff. Yeah. So I believe it's the 11th, and the obviously the fool is the card that is not numbered. So that's quite interesting. Because if you look at it like this, the 11th card is in the middle, right? Let's get the major arcana up here quickly. We didn't really get into the numerology much. It was sort of part of the plan. Next time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get into the numerology. We'll deep dive. I'm really, really, really struggling to see these words. I think I gotta do something about these words, shape and size here. So let's see what we got here. Share this instead. And remove that. And add that. And let's make it more comfortable. So here we can see, right? You can see the hangman here. So that's quite interesting. If you're going backwards, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if you're going forward, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah. Sorry. And then the cutoff point is the scales of justice, of course, that separate those two runs, the 10 before. So that holds like quite an important position, the hangman here in the tarot pack, because it separates the outward embellishments of the psyche and the inward embellishments of the psyche, which is quite an interesting point, where justice holds that key, being the scales of Libra and Venus, which is really the way in which you see the red curtain behind justice, which is the way that's going to lead you deep into your own spiritual awakening. So you could think of the first element as being, in a sense, the point moving from matter towards the gateway to the soul. And so the next 10 then becomes a higher octave of the 10 before it. So it's quite interesting to just be aware of that. And then to look at the final judgment. You've got it here. That's this card here. Don't seem to be able to get a much better zoom of it. And that involves this red on white cross with the angel playing the trumpet. It's there's quite a lot of motifs in here. The father and the mother and the child. Notice everybody in the background, they're all being resurrected. So it's the concept of resurrection, essentially, that we're looking at, which is what we were talking about. What was the word? We mentioned it, redemption. So this is the idea of redemption, right? The redemption is what starts the path towards the spiritual. And then that first octave point where you hit is where you allow yourself to just be, that self-sacrifice. But when you reach the point of the fool, you've reached the point, the seat of the soul. So this is the entire journey going towards the soul. That's why the fool has no number, because it exists outside of conventional time and space. So there's a sweet little journey there with major arcana for people that are wanting to walk that way. If there's last things you guys want to throw on the table, now's your chance. Cosmic, Indie.
I don't think I have anything else. Indy, you got anything?
No, I think I'm good. I think I'm complete. You can cut up before the 4-hour mark.
Well, we're getting to the 4. We've done pretty well. We managed to be wrapping it up within the last minute. That's pretty damn impressive, if you ask me. Thank you, everybody. It's been an honor being on the show with you guys, as always, Cosmic and Indie. And thank you, everybody in the chat. I hope you guys enjoyed our little tongue wag, a little conversation, a couple of thoughts, some ideas, a little bit of passion, and a couple of farts and giggles along the way. Sending you all much love. It's been an honor having you all along for the journey. It's a pleasure, dear Chaya. Om Namah Shivaya. I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic, fantabulous, awesome, super amazing weekend that becomes an even better week, that turns the month into the best month of the year, so that this year can be a better year than the last 5 years, that sets you up for the best year of all next year. Sending you all big love, big blessings. Om Namah Shivaya. Take it easy. Keep smiling. And when you're done smiling, smile some more.